What up, guys? What up? How's it going? Good morning. How are you all doing? I'm doing great. It is bright and early. Well, it's not actually that early. It's 10 a.m. where I am. I got some water. My cat is right here. What's up? What up? Good afternoon, 3 p.m. there. Are you in Europe? I assume. Ooh. Based on your name, I assume you're from one of the Nordic countries by potentially? Because you're a virtual Viking, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Ooh, Iceland. Oh, cool. Yeah, not that this matters, but I've never been to Iceland, but my sister and her husband went to Iceland on their honeymoon. And they said it was pretty sweet. I got to close my door. Ooh. Yeah, today. So I originally was planning to do 3 o'clock like I did last time, but what I realized is that, um, first of all, I have something I have to do in the evening, and then also I'm always gonna be able to do a longer stream if I stream in the morning, and I have a lot of entries to go through. So yeah, and by the way, I decided something, a new thing, um, because technically I only got through like half of the entries from last stream. So what I decided is that if someone is in chat that um put in an entry later, I'll do theirs just because they're here. So I'm going to do yours, Virtual Viking. Your Artificer. I'm going to review that this stream for sure. Just so that, it motivates people to come to the stream, and it also just makes it more likely that you won't have to be in the stream and miss your review and wait. You have to wait all the way till next week. For now, we'll do that. I hope I don't have to do it. I hope I don't have to do this, but eventually I might have to require entries to be Patreon subscribers only because it would be impossible to get through all of them if it wasn't that. So far, though, it hasn't been too much that I have to do that, but we'll see what happens. I like to be able to do it for free. I would love to be able to do that for as long as I can. Oh, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. No worries. You have missed nothing. All you missed is me talking about my cat and stuff like that. Um, oh, your username's different on Discord. Under Dayton Demand. Okay. Oh, what's great is yours was already planned to review because it is actually a more, because yeah, you submitted all the way on the 24th. So yeah, you're actually so there is someone uprising. Oh no, you're fine. Uh I'm Lemon. Oh, hi Lemon. How's it going? So yeah, Uprising submitted on the 11th, but he or she, I don't know. I had a full class, and so I decided to delay it till this stream. So we are going to go over their class. Then we're going to go over Date and Demand. Then we're going to go over um okay, Lemon. Let me see what Lemon's got. Oh nice, you got some feats. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can do feats. Hello. Sweet. Yeah, I'm just kind of getting everything all organized real quick before I get going. Okay, so I got Lemon's feats. Yeah, I see that it's a lot of feats, but it's only 4 pages, so feats you can go through pretty quickly. Let me see. Okay, I'm just kind of organizing all the things. Is Uprising here? Because again, this is going to be a longer stream, so I'll probably get to it eventually. But I'll probably prioritize the ones in chat right now first. So I have your physician prepared. I might get to the feats, the fighting styles later, unless it's pretty. Let me check the fighting styles real quick, see if it's like that. Oh, fighting styles. That won't take too long. Okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. How's the music, by the way? I probably won't have it going the whole time unless you guys like to have music playing. But if it's not too loud or distracting, let me know. Let me see. Let me get the document. Let me go to screen share here in a second. Let me sort of. All right, how is this looking? Okay. Let's see. Oh. Uh-oh. One moment. There it is. Okay. Huh. Normally I have it. I thought I had a different window capture. Sorry. Getting everything situated. I am honestly. Oh, you can't even hear music. It is very quiet. What about now? Do you hear music now? Sorry. Okay, so we're gonna zoom in a little bit because you guys don't need to see everything on this page. You guys just need to see the actual documents. Oh, okay. Okay, now you can hear music. Cool. Yeah, I had a setting on that. Let's see. Yeah, I got the Artificer slightly lower. And I also can just, last stream I just had it off. And that's also an option. Okay. Let me figure out who all we got in here. So, okay, I'm looking at the form. So is Uprising in here? Because Uprising is the one that put something in the latest, but it's a full class. If Uprising isn't here, then I'll do Dayton Demand first, which yours is the... Which one was yours? I think I have it pulled up. Not this one. This I know is someone else's. Was yours the feats? Yours might be the feet. Oh wow, there's so many bars. Given the time warlock alarm, yeah. Ah, physician, rogue, and fighting styles. Okay, so that's yours. These are the fighting styles, and then I have the physician, rogue, and another thing. Okay. Yeah. I'll probably do that first. Fighting styles first, probably, and then I'll go over to the physician. Is C4B in here? Because you have that. This one. Oh, no, not this one. You have this Paladin Oath of Death. That is a more recent entry. And then I have the feats, which is lemons, I think it was. And then I have the time warlock, and then I have the rote artificer, which is virtual Vikings entry. So yeah, I'm just C4B. Yeah. You are in here. Okay, cool. By the way, I edited your Oath of Death a little bit. I didn't change any words, but I couldn't see Undead Frenzy. Oh. By the way, am I pronouncing your username right? Is it Ophidian? Yeah, Ophidian. That's such a cool username, by the way. But yeah, I edited it because Undead Frenzy was being... It went on to the second page. So I edited it so it would fit. Okay. Oh, it's from an old Magic card? Oh, nice. Yeah, and you're like the Magic... You were like a Magic Pro back in the day. By the way, I was thinking about mentioning something before I started. I wanted to show you guys something real quick. This is just because I might make like a short or a video. I'm gonna take like this section of the stream and make a little short about it, because there's something, there's like a design thing that I think is important, especially if you're trying to publish for 5.5E especially. That I feel like I'm gonna repeat it a lot, and so I want to have something I can just reference people to. So basically, it's different in 5e than it is in 5.5e. I'll give an example. Okay, so we're gonna go to Rogue. Actually, no, let's go to something with spells. That'll be easier. Let's go with Paladin. Okay. So, oh wow, my internet is slow. It's probably because I'm streaming. You edited it? Did Ed edit it? Because I thought Ed edited it. So here is the 2014 Paladin. And what? The 2024 Paladin's not even on here. What's going on? Okay. What? It's just like 2024 Paladin doesn't even exist. That's weird. Normally I just type in Paladin here and then it does the thing. Yeah, they are. The rules drop down? Ah. Yeah, what the heck? Let's go back. Oh. Rules. Huh. Why is there only 2 results? You know what? Compendium. Yeah, normally I type in Paladin on here so I can see all the Paladin stuff. And it shows me everything paladin. It's a D&D Beyond specific thing where I can see all the subclasses. Ah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can go to rules and classes. Yeah. You're so smart. Okay. Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, so there's a few things I want to show you guys. Let's go to subclasses are probably easier to go over because it's a more common thing people homebrew. And so let's do that. Let's go to Oath of Devotion on the 2014 and 2024. I want to show you guys some things. Okay, so I think it's important, especially when designing homebrew, there's little details of how WotC writes things that is so important. Not only wording, but also format. So for example, Oath of Devotion in 2014, this is 2014, they have all these like long tenets. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 tenets. If you notice, these are bolded, but they're not italic. Everything is bolded, but it's not italic on the Channel Divinity. All the spells are lowercase, but they're italic. Yeah, this is the 2014 style. Conditions are also not capitalized. Yeah, I said bolded earlier. I meant to say capitalized. So protection from good and evil, you see here, it's all lowercase, but italic. Lowercase, but italic. Conditions are lowercase and not italic. If you look here, this is true for all paladins in 2024. They have 3 tenets. This isn't a rule, but it's like, recommendation because it's uniform throughout all the subclasses. And they're all 1 line long. This is a little bit to save space, but it also just makes things more concise and focused. And if you look, in 2024, all the spells are capitalized and italic. Oh yeah, and in 2024, it's never that creature is charmed, but always have the charm condition. True. Anytime a condition is put on something now, it references the condition. That's a wording thing. Anything that's a rule is capitalized. So Sacred Weapon here, when you take the attack action, attack is always capitalized in this situation. You'd expend a use of Channel Divinity. Channel Divinity is in capitals because it's a feature that is a proper noun, I guess you could say. To imbue 1 melee weapon. Melee is capitalized because melee weapons are a specific rule. For 10 minutes, you can use this feature. Add your charisma is capitalized. Like, these little details are so important. Radiant damage, damage types are always capitalized. Bright light capitalized because that's a specific rule. Same for dim light. No action required. Yeah. Just okay. You and your allies have immunity to the charm condition, like you said. Oh, don't worry. This is just me giving an example of things. I often forget this. This is usually whenever I'm finishing my subclass, I usually read through it and I like focus on these sort of things. And like, it's one of those things where like, if you don't have it, like, people will still be able to understand what your subclass is doing and what it's about. These little details make it go from good to great, like it's these things that like people might not even notice when they first read it, but when it's there, it's like very familiar. It's very similar to the official rules, so people are able to, understand it better. And this is also a new thing. When spells are mentioned in abilities, they're also always capitalized and italic. In the actual books, they're not bolded, but they're bolded here because there are links you can click. Half cover, long rest, advantage, bright light. Yeah. So all this stuff. They used to have fifth for the level in the table. Oh yeah. Now it's Paladin level 3, 5, 9, 13, 17 instead of 3rd, 5th, 9th, 13th, 17th. I forgot to actually show the devotion. So yeah, protection of good and evil, charmed. Yeah, they weren't very specific with things back in 5e. I honestly think this, I really like how they changed this in 5.5e because it makes things like, oh, bright light isn't a flavor text thing. It's a mechanical thing, especially if you're new to the game. You're like, oh, because it's capitalized, I know this is a mechanic that I can look up. Size is too large, huge. Yeah, basically everything that is somewhere in the compendium is capitalized. Exactly. Oh yeah, no worries. Year 2047. I hope we're still kicking by then, guys. Anyway, oh yeah, and then strength, athletics in parentheses, and dexterity, acrobatics in parentheses, checks, long and high jumps. Also, this is another thing I always recommend. It's gonna be so much better when D&D Beyond fixes their search function. But whenever I'm like, I'll do this a lot in this stream most likely. Whenever I'm trying to figure out like, oh, how should this be worded? I often try to find other abilities in the game that have similar effects or abilities. Like I haven't even reviewed this one yet, but like you have proficiency and expertise in the history skill. Like I would look up like expertise, and I would like look up an ability that has expertise. The search function doesn't like to do that with subclasses for some reason. It only likes to do it with whatever. We'll deal with that later. When it comes up, I'll talk about it. But yeah, I just wanted to show that, and I might make a short about it. I might make an actual video about it. But with that out of the way, if Uprising is not in the chat, I'm gonna go ahead and save the class for last, and I'm gonna go ahead and go with the fighting Date and Demand. Was Date and Demand, was this yours? These feats, or are you the position rogue in that? I'm sorry. I can click on it and check. Oh yeah, no, you're this one. Yeah, you're this in the physician rogue. Yeah. I have not done that yet. I haven't started any reviews yet. I'm just setting up the stream. I decided this stream to kind of like have them ready to go. Okay. I'm gonna do a poll real quick. Should I keep the music going? There we go. We got a poll going. Some people like music. Some people don't like music. I'm just gonna see what people think. Ooh, okay. While you guys decide that, I think I'm gonna turn my air conditioning up a little bit. It's a little hot. I live in the Midwest, so it gets a little hot. So I'll be back. Okay. Is it 50-50 on keeping the music on or off? Anyone want to be the vote? Anyone who hasn't voted, do you want to be the ultimate decider? Honestly, I personally have the hardest time designing wizards. I would say wizards, warlocks. What else? I think wizards, warlocks, and fighters. The reason why is I'll roll. Yeah, I could roll. I don't have any dice on me, but I can do Google roll. Roll a d20. If it's oh wait, we had someone vote yes. But the reason why I have trouble designing wizards is wizards are theoretically really powerful, but their subclasses are always so disappointing to me, like the official ones. And I feel like I have a tendency to make them a little too strong because I want wizards to be more interesting, if that makes sense. So it's hard for me to keep everything balanced. When it comes to warlocks, it's mostly because you have to think about their patron a lot. And also, warlocks are pretty powerful and pretty diverse with their abilities. So it's kind of similar to the wizard, where you need to make sure it's like has enough going on that it's unique. But then it's really easy to make it too powerful. Fighter, it's just that they have so many features. Like, they have a level 18 feature and a level like 15 feature. And sometimes I'm like, there's too much to make. Oh man. Bibliomancer, Illusionist, and Scribe are your favorite wizards? Nice. Yeah, they're pretty good. Ooh. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I might do this. I'll turn the volume down more for the music to kind of please the people who wanted it off. Oh yeah, the hardest is technically Artificer because of the SRD. But yeah, one thing I would recommend with these fighting styles, maybe this is just me, I think the font is a little too small. I can read it, but it might be hard for some people. It's kind of nice though because you're able to fit more in, but yeah, that's just a minor formatting recommendation. I've thought about making a Artificer subclass and just releasing it for free on Patreon, because as long as you're not selling it, you can post it. You know, you can post an Artificer subclass. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, so before I get started reviewing, I trust you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are all part of the community for the most part. But for anyone who is joining the stream now or doesn't know, this is a judgment-free zone. We are reviewing D&D content, and we are helping people refine their homebrew. But and it's okay to be critical, but it's important to be nice about it. It's important to not be rude. It's important to, this is supposed to be constructive, and this is supposed to help people want to make homebrew more, not less. So yeah, just putting that disclaimer. We are being nice, okay? Anyway, so balanced fighting prerequisite fighting style feature. Okay, I'm assuming that's all of these, which makes sense. I'm just wanting to make sure. This one, you have to be a paladin. Okay, cool. Indeed. Okay, so balanced fighting. While you're holding a melee weapon with the versatile property, with 2 hands, you gain a +1 bonus to the attack and damage rolls. Okay. So it's kind of like dueling. Okay, yeah, that I like that. Yeah, because so there's not a lot of reasons to use a versatile weapon two-handed, because most of the time you have a versatile weapon. Most of the time when you have a versatile weapon, it's because you are a sword and shield build, and you want to have, and you're like a strength-based character, and you want to have like the weapon mastery on it. There's almost never a reason to two-hand it. And if you think about it, the archery fighting style gives a +2 to hit, and the dueling fighting style gives a +2 to damage. This is balanced. It's literally called balanced fighting. But I feel like it's balanced because it's giving both but half, if that makes sense. So yeah, I like this. This is good. It splits the difference. I like it. Yeah. Exactly. Spear has more feats to work with than Trident, I think. Oh yeah, Tridents are pretty powerful. With that topple mastery. Yeah. But it also is while you're holding a melee weapon with a versatile property, so this wouldn't necessarily benefit it when you're throwing it. Yeah. Trident is better with Warbond, yes. Okay, Cavalier Fighter. Okay. While you're mounting a controlled mount, the mounted creature gains a +2 bonus to its AC. Yeah. I think that's fine. Most mounts don't have a very high AC, and unless you're a very specific build, you might not even be on a mount very often. But like, what I mean by that is you're not always going to be on your mount. Like let's look at Fine Steed, which is probably going to be the most common mount you're actually able to ride. Dude. What the hell? This is crazy. Also, there's nothing in the game right now that is like this, if that makes sense. So it's not gonna like stack with anything that becomes overpowered. Yeah, it's 10 + 1 per spell level. Fine Steed's AC is terrible, and it's not gonna get much better. So yeah, this is not broken at all. Yeah, dude. You know what's funny too? My internet. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna go on a rant about my internet just for a short little while. So I live in an area. Actually, I famously live in a city that's had Google Fiber for a long time. I live in Kansas City. We've had Google Fiber since like 2012 or something. And my neighbor in my townhouse, which I share a wall with, has Google Fiber, and the Google Fiber box is literally right next to my garage, but Google Fiber says that my house can't have Google Fiber, even though there's literally a box next to my garage, and the people that I share a wall with have it. So I have to have Spectrum. and I hate Spectrum. Anyway, let me read your comments. Cavalier Fighter needs a comma after mount instead of a full period. Oh yeah, while you're mounting a controlled mount, comma. That's true. That is true. Phantom Steed doesn't need AC. True. Because if it gets, well, actually, does Phantom Steed technically would benefit from AC? Because isn't it just that if it gets hit, it vanishes? Federation, you are a creature. When the spell ends, I also have the most expensive Spectrum, and it's still not that good. When the spell ends, the seed gradually fades, giving the writer what? Oh. The spell ends early if the steed takes any damage. And then the riding horse has 11 AC. This would benefit Phantom Steed then, because if it doesn't get hit, then it's not taking damage. So yeah. Every home and apartments in apartment buildings in Iceland have a fiber optical network terminal. I have a 2.5 gigabyte connection. Dude, that's awesome. Gigabyte per second. I am so excited that I'm moving to Korea, because in Korea the internet is amazing and cheap. So yeah, very excited for that. They have fiber everywhere in the country basically, and it's like $20 a month, something like that. Yeah, gigabit. Okay. Spear Fighter. During your turn, your reach is 5 feet greater while wielding a spear. Okay. I like how you worded that, because I'm a spear, javelin, or trident, because that's similar to the, what is it? World Tree Barbarian. So that means that it won't work with, oh, I should probably just do Path of World Tree. There it is. Like, during your turn, your reach is 10 feet greater. Yeah. It won't work with opportunity attacks. It'll just work with, when it's your turn. So yeah, it's similar to the World Tree Barbarian. That's fine. I don't think that's a terrible feat. I don't think that's unbalanced. Is J capitalized? Yeah, it is capitalized. It's just hard to tell. Small arms fighting. While you are wielding a simple ranged weapon or a martial ranged weapon, which lacks the two-handed property. Okay. The normal range of those weapons is increased by 15 feet. I feel like this might be a little too weak. I would increase it to like 30 feet, personally. Also, I don't think you need to specify simple or martial, since they're both ranged weapons. You could probably say while you're wielding a ranged weapon. And then it being just ranged weapon means it would be simple or martial. I don't think it's OP to give Trident more reach, because if you're more than 5 feet away after you topple, you get disadvantage. True. Just remove disadvantage from long range on them, in my opinion. You can also just step forward. It is technically an option. But then you're kind of defeating the purpose of why reach is nice. This is meant for hand crossbows and pistols, which has horrendous normal range. Ah. It's simple plus... Yeah, so how about it's range weapons that lack the two-handed property? Oh, I see what you're saying. It's simple weapons, and then also martial range weapons that lack the two-handed property. But here's the question. Are there any simple range weapons that do have the two-handed property? Because if there are, then you can just say range weapons that lack the two-handed property. Just usually in D&D, in 5.5E wording, if you don't need to specify something, you don't need to specify it. You know what I mean? Like you want to use the least amount of words as possible. And if the answer is, does that mean all ranged weapons? Then yes, it does, because it doesn't say otherwise. Ah, wait. Oh, so light crossbows and short bows. Okay. So this means that light crossbows and short bows, this does work on. But it doesn't work on like long bows and heavy crossbows. I see. Then that makes sense. Then never mind. That's fine. But yeah, I think... let's look. You said that the hand crossbow has... Hand crossbow. Hand crossbow. Crossbow hand. 30, 120. Okay, I get why you're being conservative with adding range, but for a fighting style, getting to double your range, I don't think that's OP. What do you guys think? Making it plus 30? I feel like that's fair. Gotta give some layup to my most champion build, the dual crossbows build. Yeah, no, totally. I'll let you guys think on that, and I'll read the next one. Once per turn, when you coat a weapon or 3 pieces of ammunition with poison, you can do so as a free action instead of as a bonus action. Okay. Yeah. I think that's good. I don't know, is free action used in wording nowadays? Or would it be it doesn't require a bonus action? And then in parentheses, it would probably be it no longer requires a bonus action. Kind of like, you know what it'd be like? It would be like Nick. Nick. I'll do it this way. There we go. You can make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. Yeah, it could just be that. No action required is typically how it is worded, but I don't know how you would word that correctly in a sentence. Because usually when no action required is said, it's you can do this, no action required. But this is saying, hey, normally this is like this, but instead no action required wouldn't actually make sense. So yeah, I would take the Nick wording, just make it as part of the attack action. Since you're planning to attack anyway, you might as well code it when you're planning to attack. Yeah, this is kind of a stopgap if you want the sharpshooter feat slot for something else. Also, for dual crossbow build, you need to take crossbow expert at 4th. Yeah. So yeah, I would say once per turn, when you cut a weapon or 3 pieces of ammunition with poison, you can do so as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. I'll probably just do that. We have Skull Cracker. This is a longer one, which is fine. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with a headbutt towards a creature within 5 feet of you, using your strength or constitution for the attack and damage rolls. On a hit, the headbutt deals 1d8 bludgeoning damage plus the modifier used for the attack. Headbutt isn't typical wording. Technically an unarmed strike can be a headbutt. I like the flavor text of this, but I might recommend having it say unarmed strike just so that there's a mechanical thing that can be built upon, if that makes sense. And then you can flavor it as headbutt with flavor text, if that makes sense. You place one of your attacks with a headbutt. Strength or constitution for the attack damage rolls. I think also, yeah, making it strength or constitution does add a little more complexity that might not be necessary. On hit, the headbutt deals plus the modifier used for this attack. If you hit with this attack, you can push the creature 5 feet away from you if it isn't more than one size larger than you. Additionally, when you roll a 20 on the attack, your headbutt deals additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus. If you roll a 1, you take bludgeoning damage equal to your proficiency bonus instead. Oh, that's fun. Okay, I understand why it says headbutt then. Roll 1, you take bludgeoning. This damage cannot be reduced or negated in any way. Okay. I think this is really fun and creative. And I think people would take it. I would just, consider wording things a little differently. Yeah. Noted, I'm editing it while watching. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Yeah. And that's just a recommendation. Like I would say some abilities have flavor text before it explains things. So it could be like you use maybe you could even say you use an unarmed strike with your head or something. I don't know. I would just consider those recommendations. Roll a 20 on the d20. C4B is correct there. Okay, Desperado. While you have half or less than your maximum hit points left. Oh, I would say while you're bloodied, because bloodied is official rules now. While you are bloodied, you gain a +5 bonus to your movement speed and a +2 bonus to your damage rolls. Yeah, because that's basically the dueling fighting style. Plus a little movement speed boost, but it only works when you're bloodied, which is being bloodied isn't a fun thing to be. So I don't think that's broken or anything. It is though now making I would say though it is a little bit better than dueling because it doesn't require a specific weapon type, but again, like I said, it does require you to be bloodied. So this is a hard one to gauge the power level. I feel like it's fine. There just hasn't been something in the game like this before, which is cool. That's really creative. I like that. What do you guys think? I think it's fine as long as you change the wording. Oh, it can work with range attacks. You're right. Ooh. I might, but how often are you going to be bloodied when you're using a ranged attack? So maybe it is fine. I need to fix my bots. I have 2 bots going, and they are attacking each other. I feel like making it only melee attacks would thematically make more sense. and would work better with it. But I don't necessarily know if it's overpowered to make it also work on range attacks. Ooh, C4B, yeah. You have mastered headbutting in combat. When you take the attack action, you can replace one of your attacks with a special unarmed strike. Yeah, I like that wording. I feel like that's good. I think Bloodied can give the movement, but movement is higher tier than other fighting styles. It is only 5 though. I feel like, yeah, I feel like 5 feet plus 1 damage could be pretty good. Especially because you can use like a great sword or a ranged weapon, you know? Like dueling requires you to be in melee. Yeah, it doesn't give you a movement speed boost. That might be good. These, you know, you do you, but these are just my recommendations. Flanker. This is kind of cool. I assume got some flanking rules stuff. You can move through the space of any creature that is a size larger than you. I think you can already move through creatures. I think this would, let's go to halfling. I think the new rule is that you can move through enemy creatures' spaces, but it's like difficult terrain. It did not like me. Oh, you know, I'll go to rules, halfling. Rules. Rules. Species. Halfling. There's a different fighting style. WotC already approved that gives 10 movement speed. Oh, okay. You can move through the space of any creature that is a size larger than you, but you can't stop in the same space. Oh. Okay. You can move through the space of any creature that is a size larger than you, but you can't stop. Okay, so it's the same. If you move through a creature before making... if you move through a creature's space before making a melee attack on it, before hitting it with a melee attack, you gain a +1 bonus to that attack and damage roll. Okay. I think that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I get what's going on here. I feel like that's fine. Nothing wrong with that one. Oh, dude, it's totally fine to copy it's totally fine to copy abilities straight from other features. There's nothing wrong with that. Name is a bit misleading though. Yeah, I feel like the name could be a little different. Like maybe this is like it could be like, because flanking is an optional rule where, you know, you get advantage when an ally is on the other side of an enemy, and it's always been like an optional rule. It's never been an official rule. So most people, when they read flanker, they're thinking of that. Nimble fighter, yeah, I feel like that would be a good one. Provocateur. When a creature within 30 feet of you misses an attack against you, you can take a reaction to berate and insult them. Nice. Make an intimidation check. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw. DC equal to the intimidation check rolled. I see. Or have disadvantage on its next attack roll until starting your next turn. I would recommend making it like, I would recommend making the DC tied. This is basically like a contested check, which isn't typically in the 5.5E rules. It is sometimes though. I'm trying to think of when it is. Huh. I would try to make it based off of like the weapon used though. Like, cause it's a fighting style. Oh. What do you think about that? Uh, 10 plus intimidation modifier. That could be a way to do it. So it could be like, because if you're proficient or have expertise, that could make the DC a lot higher. It could just be based off of, oh, it's just hard because it's a fighting style feat and not like a feat that gives you an ability score improvement. And I like the idea of it being based on intimidation. Stealth is a contested check, right? Actually, no. In the new rules, it's weird. It's just 15. Just the DC's 15. Yeah. Because, like, it could be, like, the weapon based on the stat of the weapon you are holding, but I don't know how you would word that. Because it's not you attacking someone with this fighting style, it's you being attacked. So it's a bit harder to word it. It could be simply, okay, so if we were to not have it be intimidation, it would just be your strength or dex score, your choice. Probably. But I like the idea of using intimidation. Oh man, this is a hard one. Yeah. I mean, this could just be automatic once per turn without a roll. True. Yeah, because it's like, it would be kind of like having weapon mastery. It's a reaction too. Yeah, this could be like the protection fighting style. This is basically protection fighting style, but it helps you, right? Yeah, I feel like it could just be, it just happens. It's a protection fighting style, but you're protecting yourself. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Now we got Weapon of Nature, a Warden of Nature, and Warden of Life. There's a Ranger specific fighting style and a Paladin specific fighting style, which there is precedent for this because Paladins and Rangers have Druidic Warrior, and Paladins have what is it? I don't know. Whatever their version of that is. Holy Warrior or something. You can sap and then do this. Doubles mischance. Yeah, no, that's awesome. So the Ranger 1 is you learn the Shillelagh cantrip, which counts as a Ranger spell for you. Cool. Additionally, you can cast it on any melee weapon you are proficient with, as long as it lacks the two-handed or heavy properties. Okay, while a weapon is affected by the spell, it can act as a spellcasting focus for your Ranger spells. Oh, I like this a lot, but it might be too powerful. Oh, it's so cool though. Oh my god, this is hard. I always... Okay, so this is something I always say. I personally think if you're playing in a normal campaign where you're given magic items, I think if you're playing a Paladin or Ranger, you should always prioritize your casting stat over your dex or strength. And the reason I say that is, let's say you have a +1 weapon by like level 5 or whatever. Having a +3 in strength or a +3 in dex, you basically have a +4 actually. And a +4 and 18 in a stat is actually pretty good at lower levels. And there's so many great benefits you can get out of having a high wisdom or a high charisma on rangers and paladins. And I've always built my rangers and paladins like that, where I prioritize their caster stat first. A lot of people are like, oh, but it's harder to hit. But like, nah, it's really not harder to hit. It's pretty easy to hit things nowadays, I feel like, especially with advantage being easier to get. But yeah, I went on a dive into the glossary with the moving through creatures. In the combat category in the glossary under movement and position, moving around creatures, you can find the wording. Oh, perfect. Fun fact, this one originated on how Bruce said he sees too many shillelagh board and shield builds for rangers. Yeah, I get that. For sure. It basically gives you freedom and weapon masteries. Yeah, I get, this is what I'm worried about. Okay, so right now we have blade singers, which can use their intelligence for their attacks. We have, I think we also, some of the artificer subclasses can do that as well. We have warlock, which can use their casting stat for their attacks, and you can do that at like level 1. But we don't have a wisdom one besides shillelagh. And maybe, yeah, so maybe it is balanced because we already have the other casting stats. And this is still limited. It doesn't work for two-handed or heavy property weapons. So maybe it is fine, yeah. Again, it wouldn't work on the longbow, and it wouldn't work on the heavy crossbow. Rangers can already get shillelagh, but this is making it so it can work on more than the club or the quarterstaff. Yeah. Maybe it's fine. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm concerned about. It isn't that they're getting shillelagh, it's that they're getting an enhanced shillelagh. But yeah, I think maybe it's fine. True, but that is a third-party druid subclass. Oh yeah, shillelagh also changes the damage die, so eventually you could get a 2d6 hand crossbow, which could be a little crazy. Yeah, that's true. I do like it, and I think it's balanced, and I think I would allow it in my games. Yeah. So I feel like that's all I gotta say. It just is a design space that is something to, you know, think about. Oh, is it only melee? Ah, you're right. Never mind. It's only melee. I forgot about that. Yeah. So what weapons? Okay, yeah. Never mind. This is totally balanced then. If it's only melee weapons, I think it's great. And then we have Warden of Life, which is a paladin fighting style. The healing pool of your lay on hands feature is increased by 5 plus 5 times your proficiency bonus. Ooh. Additionally, the range of your lay on hands feature is increased to 15 feet. This range increases further to 30 feet when you reach paladin level 5. Oh. I really like this. Oh, plus 5 times your proficiency bonus. Let me think about that. So that means at level like 20-ish. It would make sickle cooler, that's for sure. So you normally get, I think isn't it 5 times your paladin level normally? So I think you normally have 100 at level 20. Is that right? Let's do this just to double check. Paladin. Oh, range is 15 to 35. See, 2024 did go away from things progressing with the proficiency bonus on classes and subclasses, but it stays that way for feats, and this is a fighting style feat, so I understand why they have it like that. Lay on hands. Oh, I already passed it. It's a level 1 feature. 5 times your paladin level. Yeah. So this is going from, I feel like the extra amount is totally fine. I have a paladin subclass that increases the range of lay on hands. So I don't think it's overpowered or anything. And I think it's great when you can encourage players to heal more, because healing is such a cool part of the game. And paladins, you're sacrificing your ability to smite to bonus action lay on hands, you know? So like, I feel like it's pretty balanced. 15 extra HP at low level. Yeah, I like this one. I think it's balanced. I think I would be tempted to take it as a paladin. Yeah. Design intent. This expansion is focused on providing alternative options for martials, which gain access to the fighting style feature. The main aim for this expansion is as follows: providing a second exclusive fighting style for rangers and paladins outside of Druidic Warrior and Blessed Warrior. Buffing poison builds. I like that. Providing a conditional power boost, which motivates players to take interesting actions such as moving, staying below an HP threshold. Yeah, like the bloodied one. Below is a suggested update for the fighting initiate feat with ASI. Oh yeah. General feat. Level 4 barbarian, fighter, paladin, ranger, or rogue. Dexterity or strength plus 13. Okay, so this is cool. It's giving the fighting initiate feat that is a part of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, but it's limiting it to basically classes that already have fighting styles. I think that is totally fair. Increase your strength or dexterity. Gain a fighting style feat of your choice. If you already have a fighting style feat, you gain another fighting style feat of your choice. Adaptable. When you and you can switch it out, I assume. You replace the fighting style gained from the home combatant benefit of this feat with a different fighting style feat of your choice. Yeah, that's great. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, by the way, guys, I updated that one. It's way different than it is in Bruce's video on it. He said at some point he's gonna do an update video. Yeah, that was my first one I did before I had any playtesters, and yeah, it's way more balanced now. The feat is just the original plus ASI and only for martials, except monk because they punch stuff. Yeah, no, I like it. Okay, now we're gonna go over the physician rogue real quick. I say real quick, but you know, it'll be the normal amount of time. Ooh, art. Natalie Forbes and Arthur Rupert. Okay. So, let's see. This is just a paragraphing thing. The first paragraph shouldn't have this indent. It should be like it should be, you know, the while should be here, and then it should have it here, and for each level 3 ability it should be just normal on the top, if that makes sense. That's just a formatting thing. While some rogues hone their skill to more effectively and efficiently kill their targets, and others specialize into thievery or magic, physician rogues choose to walk the fine line between taking and preserving life. Love it. Seen in the dark, damp corners of city underbellies where healing magic is scarce and clerical services are expensive, these rogues have only the medicine and tools available to them to deal with everyday maladies and at times perform miracles, taking the phrase good enough to heart. I like it, like the flavor text. I think there's another name for this archetype that you might think about changing it to. I forget what it's called though. It's like a old-timey doctor that like is kind of rough and tumble. Let me look it up. A quack. That's one. I remember I had a similar concept I was thinking about doing at one point, and I remember looking it up. Oh, no worries. I forget the name. I will figure it out later. Anyway, let's go ahead and read it. Level 3 first responder. You carry around vials of medicine which help you to administer first aid and provide quick medical responses. Potency and amount of restorative medicine you can administer is represented by a pool of d6s equals to your intelligence modifier plus the number of sneak attack dice you have. Okay, I like that scaling. That's a cool... it's really good to integrate base class features into subclasses. Apothecary, that's not the word I'm thinking of, but that is also an option. I'm looking it up on the side. Anyway. My benchmark is Celestial Warlock for this. Nice. The maximum number of dice you can expend at once equals your intelligence modifier, minimum of 1 die. Yeah. Roll the dice you expend and restore a number of hit points to the creature equal to the total number rolled plus your intelligence modifier. Your healing pool regains all expended uses when you finish a long rest. What is this? What does this number end up being? So I know that you eventually get like 10 sneak attack dice. Starts at like 2. So you're having, depending on your intelligence mod, which is probably going to be like at most 3, you're getting like probably 4 to 5 when you first get this ability, which is totally fair, totally balanced. And these, yeah, this is, so by the time you're level 20, you're talking around 15. If you get your intelligence to 5, which you probably won't get it to 5, you might get it to 4 or 3. So we're talking about like 13, 14, maybe 15. That's a totally fair amount. It's D6s. I might even boost it, like, because the Warlock is your Warlock level. But I do like how you had it tied to sneak attack dice. Oh, this is hard. Maybe it's fine. You could say half level rounded down. I'm thinking of Sawbones. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Forgot the sneak attack dice. I forgot how the sneak attack dice scale. Maybe it's rounded up. Will match up with it. Nice. Yeah, and if you're having less, you could potentially make it a little more powerful, you know. But yeah, I like the scaling. It's interesting for sure. And it could be something simpler, but it is kind of fun that it's tied to sneak attack dice. Anyway, physicians. Ooh, maybe you could even. We'll figure it out. But maybe you could even do something with the cunning strike feature. You might have already done that. Physician's training, you gain a healer's kit and proficiency in the medicine skill. If you already have proficiency in this skill, you gain expertise in it instead. I like it. When you make a medicine check, you can use your intelligence instead of wisdom for the roll. Yep. Additionally, you learn the healer origin feat and healing rolls from your first responder feature qualify for its healing rerolls benefit. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. Yeah, you could make it based off of wisdom instead of intelligence. I understand why you're using intelligence because it's common for rogues to use intelligence for these things, and it also makes sense because this is like you learned to be a physician rather than magic. But yeah, wisdom could potentially make it simpler if you desire that, but it doesn't have to be. Just a consideration. It would also make it easier to like multi-class into like a cleric if you wanted to. Not that you would need to do that, but yeah. Mixed medicine. Your medicine is effective in treating mortal wounds as well as common ailments. When you target a creature with your first responder feature, you can forego rolling a 1d6 of your healing dice to instead remove the blinded, deafened, or poison condition from that creature. Like it. The types of conditions you can remove expands as you gain rogue levels. Each condition has an associated die cost you must forgo with your first responder feature to cure. The listed level, cost, and condition are as follows. Level 6 paralyzed, level 9 stunned, level 13 any reduction to the target's hit point maximum. Or 1 exhaustion level. I feel like this could be formatted differently, but I don't hate it. Like, this is fine. Assuming rogues and whiz is used for medicine. Yeah, you might want to word it closer to cunning strike. That's a good point because yeah, I'll do the thing. So classes. Rogue. Let's go to Sign of the Three. So like Sign of the Three, they have cost 1d6. You know. You make an attack with it and roll damage as normal. Then heal the target for 2d8 plus the ability modifier used for the attack. If you have sneak attack, it gets added to both rolls. And if you crit. Yeah, you could also go the route of the monk. What is it? Yeah, you could also do something. Again, I understand why you wanted to. I understand why you made it a limited resource, because if it was unlimited healing, that would be a little OP. But you could think about doing like Hand of Harm. I'm assuming you did think about this already because it is pretty similar. Huh. I was also thinking of adding Frightened at 6th level, Charm at 9th. Do y'all think it'd be good to? It'd be too good? I would compare it to the Mercy Monk. At 6, they get blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned, and stunned. healing paralyzed is a big deal. Healing frightened and charmed? Like, doesn't the paladin get that too? Also, you're a rogue. Rogues aren't that strong, you know? Like, I also like that you did the thing. I do the same thing with my rogues. I add features since level 9 is there's such a big gap between subclasses. I often add a level 6 feature that you just gain at level 6. So yeah, I like that you did that. Lay on hands is let's check lay on hands. At level 1, it's just poisoned. And then at level, what is it? Level 14, it is pretty high. You get blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, or stunned. But this is a whole subclass, so if you did that at level 9, I think it wouldn't be too bad. I think it wouldn't be too overpowered. I actually have a Bloodletting Ranger subclass. It heals by attacking someone. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe going that route, but I understand why you didn't go that route, since unlimited healing is not okay in the game. Okay, so level 9, your knowledge of medicine improves, giving you the following benefits. Syringe throw. You can now target a creature within 30 feet of yourself. I'll put the official ruling. Sometimes they say you and sometimes they say yourself. I think yourself sounds better, but I think this is technically right. Within 30 feet of you with your first responder feature instead of only within 5 feet. I like that. Additionally, when you use your first responder feature, you can move up to half your movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks as part of the same bonus action. Like that. That's awesome. Also, what's the action economy on it normally? Is it bonus action? Yeah. So that's good. Especially on a rogue. Quick fix. When you finish a short rest, you can choose to brew quick doses of medicine, recovering some of your healing pool. The number of healing dice you can recover is equal to half your total healing pool, rounded up. Nice. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Perfect. Yeah, adding healing to classes that don't have healing is difficult. You almost always need to add a new resource or use a class resource. Yeah, no, totally. Level 13, surgical strikes. Your anatomical knowledge grants you access to the following cutting strike options. So we are getting new cutting strike options, which is cool. And it's based on your knowledge of bodies, which makes sense. I added similar things to my Executioner Barbarian. Hobble, 1d6. The target's speed is cut in half, and it cannot make opportunity attacks until the start of your next turn. I would say the target speed is halved, and you want to capitalize speed, because speed is a rule. And speed uppercase is different than speed lowercase. Like, let me find an example. I bet I could find an example on the monk. Monk has a lot of speed stuff. Or the base class. Like unarmored defense. Unarmored movement. Your speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield. But this is lowercase speed. With no saves. Let's see. And the stunning strike. Oh, yeah. Target must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the target has a stun condition until starting next turn. On a successful save, the target's speed, uppercase, is halved. They'll start your next turn. Yeah. And the next roll, attack roll made against the target before then has advantage. There's overlap between Hobble and other Cunning Strike, which lets you disengage. It's not a problem per se, but just pointing out. Ah, I should check that out. Rogues. Let's go to Rogue. Let's look at Cunning Strike. So we have Poison, we have Trip, Withdraw. Then we have Daze. Yeah, I think requiring a saving throw could be good. What's Withdraw? Oh, yeah. Immediately after the attack, you move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Yeah, you could say... Yeah, I would say you could say when you use the Hobble Cunning Strike option, you can also cut the target's speed in half or something. Yeah. Hemorrhage, the target has disadvantage on the next Constitution saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn. Say, if I were to brew this, I'd want each option to be an option, not a full upgrade. I see. Hippocratic Oath. I like that. That's a cool. That's like the doctor's oath that they give in real life. Okay. Your devotion to the field of medicine grants you the following benefits: efficient brew. Your quick fix feature restores all of your healing dice instead of only half. Nice, I like that. Emergency protocol. When you are reduced to 0 hit points but not killed outright, you can choose to expend a number of your hit dice up to half your rogue level. Rogue capitalized. Hit points capitalized as well. Your hit points instead change to a total number rolled plus your intelligence modifier. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Okay, so sorry, I'm just processing what this means. Okay, yeah, so this is cool. So basically you get to use your hit dice to heal yourself when you drop to 0 hit points, which is cool because a lot of these abilities that do this sort of thing, it's just for free, but this is like it uses your hit dice, which is interesting. It's kind of a shame that it's only once per long rest, but also this quick fix is pretty nice. I would maybe add another ability because maybe conditions that you are worried about being too powerful here, you can add level 17. I'm just worried a lot of high level abilities, it's this weird thing where capstone subclass abilities need to feel like capstone abilities, but you also need to make sure that they're simple. And I think you did a good job making them simple with efficient brew and emergency protocol. These are pretty simple to understand abilities. But but I feel like some people, they are really good though. Maybe it's fine. I guess I'm just thinking maybe level 17, you might want to make it a little more powerful in some way. Okay, cool. But that's just my thoughts on that. Also, I might add this exhaustion relief. I might consider you making this a higher level ability. You have it at 13, which is pretty high level already. I honestly think reduction to target's hit point maximum could be sooner and exhaustion later. Just a idea. You can take a reaction. Rapid administration. When another creature within range of your first responder feature is reduces your hit points or is inflicted by a status condition curable by it, you can take a reaction to immediately use your first responder feature on that creature. Okay, that's awesome. I like that. I would say though, you need to be specific about so when there are features where a creature is reduced to 0 hit points, but you can do something about it. There's a way to word it to where they actually don't end up dropping to 0 hit points. That's important for features like let's go to Warlock. Warlock will be able to get us this with the Celestial. Maybe you already worded it the correct way, but let me just look. Sorry. It's Searing Vengeance, yeah. When you or an ally are about to make a death saving throw. Oh, death saving throw? They changed it to death saving throw? Or maybe it was always that. Hollow Warden? Oh, they have something like this? Let me look it up. Oh, whoops. I spelled it wrong. And its recommendations are... The suggestions that they give are so weird sometimes. I'm assuming it's... If you're reduced to 0 hit points but not killed outright, while transformed... using Wrath of the Wild, you can surge with wild power. Your hit points instead change to a number equal to twice your ranger level. You might want to word it something like that. Because this makes it so that you actually aren't dropped to 0 hit points. Instead, your hit point maximum is changed to this. This is important because if you are dropped to 0 hit points, certain things happen, like you lose concentration, stuff like that. When it's worded like this, this means that instead of dropping to 0 hit points, this happens. So you might want to consider that. You could even make it so that instead of having the reaction use your first responder feature, it instead, or it says alternative. This is what you can do. You can have it say alternatively, and you could use emergency protocol on them using their hit dice. You get what I'm saying? So like you could say, you can use your first responder feature in instances of like poison conditions, stuff like that. Or you can use emergency protocol on them using their hit dice. Just a thought, yeah. But we should probably move on to the next one. It's C4B's Paladin, which is this one, Oath of Death, which is freaking cool. I see you're using Homebrew. Nice. This is just a recommendation, by the way. I did this for a long time. Technically, these abilities are supposed to be italicized as well. These little feature things. And so all you do for that is you just put one more asterisk. But that's just how I do it and how it is in like the PHP. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Oops. So that way it looks like this. It's very minor difference, but it's just how they do it. Oh, in your mind it's cab. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That C4B, is it meant to be read as cab? That would make sense. So we have the Paladin Oath of Death. Wield death and inspire dread. I like it. Triple asterisk, but if stuff are listed below it, they're only bolded. Is that true? So that might be true on, but like, look, yeah, like on D&D Beyond, you can see, like here, it's italics. Whatever you want, it's just random. I see what you're saying. Like here, Hunter's Prey. Ah, yeah. Hunter's Prey, it's just like this. But when it comes to like, granting you the following benefits stuff, granting you the following benefits are italics. Okay. Paladins who swear the Oath of Death embrace mortality as both sacred law and weapon. By the way, 2 years of looking at the PHP, I've never noticed bold. Yeah, it's also italic, yeah. They honor the grave, yet draw upon its power to spread fear and pursue their own grim purpose. These paladins share the following tenets: honor death and wield its power, inspire dread among your greatest foes, deny none the grave's final claim. Like it? We have Undead Companion, which we have a stat block below. This is basically Oathbreaker redone to add more meaning to the stupid zombies. Yeah. Discuss with Bruce. Oh, nice. Undead Companion. You summon an undead companion and bind it to your service. It appears in an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of you. It takes the form of a ghoul. And when you summon it, when you summon it, choose its trait: ghostly, rabid, or rotting. See the Undead Companion stat block. The undead is friendly to you and your allies, obeys your commands, and disappears if you die. So this is a paladin pet class. Subclass. The undead in combat. The undead acts on your turn. It can move and use its reaction on its own, but it takes only the dodge action unless you use a bonus action to command another action or bonus action from its stat block. Already I have a recommendation. Paladins are very bonus action heavy. With Divine Smite and Lay on Hands, I would add that you can replace one of your attack actions on here. I'm pretty sure the Warlock has that with its Pact of the Chain. Because a Paladin, I could see them, like, once you get extra attack, you can attack, smite with your bonus action, and then replace one of your regular attacks with the Undead Companion. This is addressed later. Okay, cool. Placing the undead. If your undead companion dies, you can summon a new one as a magic action by expending a spell slot. Perfect. You can also replace it when you finish a long rest. If you do, the previous one disappears. Nice. Yeah, Artificer Battlesmith also has that. Cool. Your undead companion grants you access to spells based on its trait. When you reach a paladin level specified in the Undead Companion spells table, you have the listed spells prepared. You can change this list after a short or long rest if you have the corresponding Undead Companion summoned. Okay. So yeah, I've done similar things. This is very unique though, based on the Undead Companion. I like that. I see though that you've done one spell for each type, but there isn't like I feel like you should have 5 spells that are always on, and then 5 for each type. I feel like that could be beneficial. Also, I just realized I forgot to read what these are being used for. Luckily, so far everyone's just using it for a home game. Okay, cool. The base text for pet classes are so long, dude. I made a pet class recently, and just the Beastmaster rules for pets took 1/4 a page. Yeah, they really are long. I have a barbarian pet class that I'm working on, and yeah, it's a lot. I did a similar thing with my recently released Beast Lord Patron Warlock. I'll show it to you guys real quick. Is this the most recent one? Final. So yeah, my Beast Lord. Yeah, right here. So they have Primal, which I said you gain all the spells in the Primal column. The spells you gain from Prey, Pest, and Predator columns are determined by your current Primal aspect. So yeah, these are always available, and then these are based on your Primal aspect. So yeah. Wait, let's actually look at the spells that it is though. Wait, oh my gosh. So we have level 1, we have Bane, Hex, Shield. All pretty balanced, pretty good to have on a paladin, especially Shield is really nice. Misty Step, Pass Without Trace, Hold Person. Those are pretty good spells. Nice. Fear, Haste, Animate Dead. Nice. Dimension Door, Greater Invisibility, Blight. Hold Monster, Steel Wind Strike, Contagion. This is for a home game, so it's fine. Steel Wind Strike is not a part of the SRD though, but it's a home game, so it doesn't matter. But just FYI. My only doubt here is Rabid getting Pass Without Trace, which is weird, but I based it on the Wraith. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Also, Pass Without Trace is just a great spell. So, Blight is thematic. I just hate the Blight spell. It's just not very good. Not a very good spell. Maybe consider something else for that. I don't know what else you do though. Again, because this is for a home game and not something you're planning to post. Like if you're not using the SRD, it frees you so much. Let's just look at 4th level spells. And maybe look at the... do Necromancy. Shadow of Moil, Spirit of Death. Spirit of Death would be weird. Shadow of Moil though, that could be cool. That would be more fitting for like a ghost one though. What else is there? Not just Necromancy. Let's just do any 4th level spell. That's for the Rotting one. Death Ward could be good. Maybe I can get rid of Steel Wind Strike and make it PHB friendly. Oh, Steel Wind Strike though is in the PHB. It's just not in the SRD. So Giant Insect, that could be one. And that is SRD friendly. Giant Insect, I really like, by the way. It's a really good spell. It's like Rotting, you know. bugs like rotting things. Let me see what else. Yeah, sickening radiance maybe. Sickening radiance, yeah, that could be one. Yeah, just stuff to keep in mind. Yes, you would want to summon spell on a pet class, because summon spells don't require action economy after you cast it. So you can have both up. Giant insect just goes on its after you. Okay, let's read Undead Frenzy and then we'll actually check out the Undead Companion stat block. Okay, as a bonus action, you can expend one use of your Channel Divinity to send your Undead Companion into a frenzy for 1 minute. Choose a creature you can see within 60 feet. While frenzied, the undead acts independently and must attack that creature, pursuing it to the best of its ability. Okay, if the target is reduced to 0 hit points, it targets the nearest hostile creature it can perceive. It repeats this process until the frenzy ends. Okay, so you're using your Channel Divinity to make it so that the undead no longer requires action economy to use. Channel Divinity is very expensive for a paladin. But then it also is kind of risky because once it kills the initial target, it becomes kind of, it attacks anything. Huh. This one I would have to think about. I think flavor wise it's great. I just don't know if, I feel like some paladins would not want to use this too often because they would be worried that it would cause too much trouble. But that's just what I'm thinking. I personally would love the being able to replace one of your attacks with the undead attacking. I think I would prefer that to this, even though this is really cool thematically. You could even have both be an option, you know? Like, because of the downside of this, I think allowing yourself to replace one of your attacks with the undead attacks, with the undead's attack, is perfectly balanced. I would even consider taking away the downside of this and just have it be another bonus action to choose another target. Or maybe, no, you could even make it like Vow of Enmity, where you can just pick a new target. Like, honestly, like, something to consider. Paladins are pretty strong though. Yeah, so that's something to consider as well though, is most paladin subclasses don't add a lot of extra damage, and this would automatically make the paladin deal a lot of extra damage. So, oh man, there's something to think about. Let me read what you guys said though. Two flies were sitting on a piece of turd. One of them farted and the other said, "Do you mind? I'm trying to eat here." Just passing by. My Beast Lord Patron Warlock has a bug themed type, if you want to check that out. It does end up going into the summoner taking too long of a turn debate. Yeah. This frees a bonus action for spiting spells. It does use a bonus action to activate as well. So likely 1/3 of your bonus action plus cooldown usage. I'm more worried about it being not powerful enough than too powerful. What damage can it do? The only thing that comes to mind is Hypnotic Pattern. The damage that it can do is harming your allies. Oh, nearest hostile creature. Oh, I somehow missed that. That's what I missed. But yeah, there is. Okay, that's true. You could honestly just say enemy, by the way. There's clear rules for enemy and ally. Well, let's look at the actual stat block. Huh. So that's less of a downside, and that might make it a little... Man, this is hard. This is unprecedented. This is unprecedented for pet classes, and paladins are already pretty strong and tend to not have extra damage at level 3, and that's where I would worry. It being basically channel divinity, pet can do what it wants for the most part. That might be too strong, and it might be better to replace one of your attacks with it attacking. But that's just my thoughts. I don't know. At level 3, this is nice. Oh man, it is channel divinity though. Ooh, that's a hard one. Yeah, this one's hard. I think I need to look at the stat block to really be able to tell if it's too powerful. Am I targeting an enemy you're not focusing? Yeah. Okay, undead companion, medium undead. Cool. 13 plus your charisma modifier. Hit points 5 times your paladin level. Pretty standard. 40 feet movement speed. It's pretty fast, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The Oathbreaker CD just makes up to 3 zombie skeletons that act without action economy. Yeah, I think though that was a playtest one, and I agree. I prefer stat blocks with pet classes. I don't like to have just like random zombies and stuff. But I think we also have to compare it to, since that was a playtest one, it's not technically a fully released one. And then I feel like we got to compare it to other pet classes. Like Ranger struggles at lower levels, and I feel like, I mean, not at lower levels. Ranger is like a less powerful class than the Paladin, and this is potentially better than the Beastmaster at level 3, you know, and I guess that's my only concern. Okay, so strength 13, 15 dex, 10 con, makes sense. Low intelligence, low charisma, dark vision 60 feet. Makes sense. Resistance, necrotic poison. Yep. Charmed, exhaustion, poisoned. I would maybe even have the ghostly one be immune to more things. I feel like that'd be balanced. Grave Pact, add your proficiency bonus to any ability check or saving throw the undead makes. Yep. Ghostly, as a bonus action, the creature teleports to an unoccupied space it can see within 30 feet of itself. Yeah, that's good. This would be under actions though, not traits. I'm pretty sure. Let's look at we're gonna look at what subclass has a pet class that has bonus actions. Does the new Artificer? Where's that stat block? Actions. Yeah. So usually there's actions and bonus actions. There's not one here. Beastmaster. Does Beastmaster have bonus actions? No, it doesn't. It's fine though if yours has bonus actions. I'm not worried about that. I guess Find Steed. Find Steed is probably the closest thing we can get. Yeah, so actions and bonus actions. So traits are like passive abilities that don't have action economy typically, and I think sometimes reactions. But yeah, bonus actions should be down here. Trait serves the subclass later. This is probably the most non-standard thing I brewed, so I might have... Oh, no, it's fine. This is just... this is mostly just like figuring out where things go on a stat block, which can be confusing at times. Pack tactics, nice. The creature has advantage on attack rolls against a creature. If it is, yeah, just normal pack tactics. And yeah, this is a trait for sure. Rotting necrotic caterpiece. Creature's armor class increases by 1. When a creature hits it with an attack roll, that creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or have the poison condition until the start of your next turn. When a creature hits it with an attack roll, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. Yeah. You know what? Let's check something real quick. Let's go to Summon Undead. Technically, Beastmasters do get things to do with bonus action, I think, at level 11. Yeah. Respect on making a pet paladin, though. But it's difficult with smite stuff, definitely. So Undead Spirit is definitely a good thing to base this on. Okay, so they don't have different ACs. I was trying to find if there is a summon block that has different ACs, because that might just be something you put in parentheses. You know what I mean? That could be something that's like up here, like 13 plus your charisma modifier, and then parentheses, necrotic, rotting 14. Just maybe think about doing that. And then necrotic caterpiece can just be when a creature hits with an attack roll, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or have the poison condition until the start of its next turn. Anyway, let's see actions. Undead Strike, melee attack roll, bonus equals your spell attack modifier, reach 5 feet, 1d6 plus your charisma modifier slashing damage. After the damage is dealt, the target is affected by an additional effect based on the companion's trait. Okay, Haunting Chill. The target can't take reactions until the start of your next turn. I would make this opportunity attacks, because that is a very powerful ability. And just look at the new updated, what's it called? I think even the Reanimator has something like this now. But the updated, I can't think of that spell. The cantrip that does lightning damage. You guys know what that is. Someone will say it in the chat soon. Ravenous Attack. Shocking Grasp. Yeah, it's opportunity attack now. Exactly what I was going for. The target takes an extra 1d4 necrotic damage, and the undead companion regains hit points equal to the damage dealt by this effect. That's fine. Yeah. A little 1d4 extra damage, a little 1d4 healing. Yeah. Target speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of his next turn. Yeah. That's fine. You can also combine this with the slow mastery. I think those are fine. But yeah, I would consider changing Undead Frenzy. What could... I think Undead Frenzy... Like, if you were to have a different Channel Divinity, maybe it's something that just buffs the Undead Companion. Like, it's like... I think... Huh. I think by level 5... This is the problem, is you need to make it not use your bonus action before level 5. Because it would be really... It would feel really bad to play. So I totally get why you have this. Oh, man. What if it is like... when you take the attack action, your undead companion can also take the attack action, no action required? No, I think the traits are fine. There's nothing wrong with the traits. Whenever you cast Divine Smite, let's read level 7 though. Whenever you cast Divine Smite, Grave Symbiosis. Whenever you cast Divine Smite while you have an undead companion summoned, each creature of your choice in the aura gains the undead companion's trait benefits until the start of your next turn. Yeah, that might be a little too strong too. Giving everyone Misty Step for free. Giving everyone Pack Tactics. Necrotic Caterpiece is fine though. Ooh yeah. Mondade, however you say your name. That might be the way to go. I think I considered many options and every other one was either too weak or too strong. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to balance something like this. So, like, I'm having trouble as well, so I totally get it. Yeah, I think you might want to consider something else for level 7 because Ghost Step is fine for the companion. But to give it to everyone in your aura, that's like so strong. Oh, it's lemonade. It's lemon. Okay. More lemonade. That makes sense. But I really like, see, the thing is, I really like what you're doing here. It's so freaking cool. But yeah, I feel like that's just a little too strong. It could even be like, oh man. Yeah, aura options are really hard. I feel like even something as simple as like, I don't even know what the Oathbreaker has right now in the last UA, but like maybe like giving people, this feels boring though, but like giving people like necrotic damage resistance in your aura, that could be cool. Giving them maybe advantage on death saves, that could be cool. You know, stuff like that. Oh, it is? Okay. I just realized I read something wrong. Okay. I think you're right. I read something wrong. In my head, I deleted the Divine Smite thing you said. Okay. So when you cast Divine Smite, you have this for one turn. That is a way more balanced. I'm so sorry. But I think it might also be a little complicated. Let me think. I think if that's the case, Necrotic Caterpiece might just be a lot for everyone to take in. Huh. Whenever you cast Divine Smite, while you have an uncompanion summon, each creature of your choice in the Aura Protection, which at level 7 is only people within 10 feet of you, they gain the traits until the start of your next turn. Okay. That is super cool. It's definitely more balanced now that I realize that. But yeah, I am worried about the Necrotic Caterpiece. Like telling everyone that they have this ability. It's not that complicated. Oh man, this is hard. Giving everyone Pack Tactics is fine. Giving everyone Ghost Step for one turn is fine. Giving everyone +1 to the AC is fine. Or creature hits with an attack roll. You must succeed in a concentration. I feel like what you could do is just make specific options for each one that aren't necessarily tied to the traits, you know? And you could have it written separately down here. You could even be like, you maybe even, you could make it whatever you want, you know? Instead of it having to be the, because this is what happens is, you have to balance. This is what makes it hard is you have to balance what the ghost can do all the time, what the undead companion can do all the time, and then you also have to think about if it's balanced with what everyone else can do when you divine smite. You know what I mean? So it makes it difficult because you're having to balance the same ability in different situations, and that can be really hard. So maybe instead you have a ghost, rabid, and rotting benefit on grave symbiosis, and this can be kind of similar to the paladin, the Oath of the Noble Genies paladin, where they have 4 different divine smite benefits. Just something to think about. Allow undead frenzy to target your target. Yeah, that's a good one. What if you make it so everyone's attack gets the exclusive from the attacks if they're in the aura? That could be cool. Yeah, so everyone gets Haunting, Ravenous Attack, or Withering Grasp. That could be pretty cool. So everyone gets, if they make an attack, and I would, if you go that route, I would make it attack, not melee attack or whatever. You have to add 1d4 necrotic damage and regain some hit points. That's fine. Reduce speed by 10. You'd have to figure out though how to word this though, so that it doesn't stack, because that could get crazy. But no, isn't that already a thing though? Like the same ability can't stack, or is that only for spell? I think that's only for spells. Yeah. That's why slow has to specifically say it. So you might have to add a specific thing that this can't stack with itself. Just like basically copy the slow mastery. It can stack with slow, which is fine, but maybe add that it can't stack with itself. Oh, no worries. How you doing, Lathion, however you say that. Welcome. But yeah, I really like this though, for a lot of reasons. Let's read level 15 though. When your undead companion takes the undead strike action, you can make 2 attacks. That's perfectly fine at level 15. Yeah, that's great. Level 20, Wrath of the Grave. With spells, only the more recent casting or more powerful casting applies, so a door affected with Arcane Lock can be bypassed by casting Arcane Lock on it. That makes sense, yeah. And it's only for spells in 5.5E now, I think. So yeah, with abilities, you have to be more specific. When your undead companion enters its undead frenzy, you can invoke the power of death itself. You can gain the following benefits for the duration. You gain the following benefits for the duration of that undead frenzy. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. You can also restore it by expending a level 5 spell slot, no extra required. You gain 60 temporary hit points to divide between yourself and your undead companion. I like that. Old Grudge, when you or your undead companion hit with a melee attack, the attack deals extra necrotic damage equal to your charisma modifier. Supreme Ghoul, your undead companion gains all trait benefits and can choose any undead strike option. This is level 20, so that's fine. I would maybe make this a separate resource though. Oh, I guess it is. Yeah, never mind. It's the correct resource. I would maybe even up the temp HP a bit. I don't know. Level 20 is crazy. Like, you can do whatever basically and it's fine. But yeah, I think that this is just what I think. Let me know what you guys think. If you change Undead Frenzy to be that they can attack when you attack for that minute, I also think it would be fine to have you can replace one of your attacks with them attacking. I don't think that would be overpowered. That way, when you don't have a Channel Divinity to use, the companion isn't useless. You know what I mean? Because if you can't smite and have the companion attack when Channel Divinity is down, when you don't have Channel Divinity, that feels bad. And there's already precedent for it in other subclasses. So yeah. I think even the Beastmaster has that, right? Doesn't the Beastmaster have that? When you take the attack action to command the beast to take the yeah, you can also sacrifice one of your attacks when you take the attack action to command the beast to take the beast strike action. Yeah. Boom. This is level 3 Primal Companion. So totally balanced to have that as well. Yeah, most pet subclasses have their place attack, yeah. So yeah, I'll just make sure to add that, and I think we're golden with that. And just like adjust the stat block stuff a bit. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing this with us, C4B. It's super cool. And I definitely like it a lot more than the Unearthed Arcana we got for Oathbreaker. Yeah, okay. What do we have next then? I think, because I said I wanted to prioritize people already here. What I found interesting is not all pet subclass gives 2 attacks on their pets. True. I actually, I might just spotlight this for a second. Oh, whoops, not Pixar. I meant to do Patreon. I haven't done a playtest on it in a while. But if you guys want, just so you know, all my playtests are free. The last playtest I did for my Barbarian subclass, Path of the Wind Rider, I have this Wind Steed stat block, and I don't give it an extra attack, but I do give it an upgrade to its attack at a certain level. It just makes 1 attack. But yeah, if you guys want to see a pet class that I've been working on, this is the one, Path of the Wind Rider Barbarian. They get to use ranged weapons with strength, and they got a little Windsteed. It's based off Mongolian stiff. This stream has had the Physician, Fighting Styles, and Oath of Death so far. Yeah. So, Lathayon. So what I'm doing is I am prioritizing backlog and people that are in here, if that makes sense. So, I just did 2 older ones. C4B's stuff. I got Dayton Demand, which are 2 of the oldest. Okay, cool. Lathion, do you have anything new that you put in? We covered your stuff last time, right? And then we have a lemon and we have virtual Viking in here. So it was once per month, but now it is as often as I can, basically. It's going to be twice per month when I have time. And I have time. And I just had way more entries than I thought I would. So, yeah, Physician Rogue, close that one. And then, whose is this? Well, let's see what Lemon's got. Oh yeah, Lemon's the feet one. Okay, so we got the feets. I'm gonna do Lemon and Virtual Vikings, and then we'll see where we're at. Year 247. Which one is yours? What's your name on the sheet? Well, unfortunately, I have to go. I'm gonna watch the VOD after. Thanks. Oh yeah, see you soon. DM Squirrel. Okay, cool. Yeah, yours I might get to. We'll see. I'm gonna go backlog first. So let's go with Lemons next. Origin feats, general feats, promotional feats. Okay, let me make sure this is the right. Let's zoom out a bit. There we go, so we can see everything. Okay, red text indicates that a piece of content could not be made SRD compliant. No worries, this could be on a specific part of a feature or on the whole feature, in which case the title will be highlighted. Okay, good to know. And Lemon said, I'm looking for it to be at a level where SRD is compliant and sellable. I'm not yet planning on selling though. Okay, so I see. So the ones that are red, you already know aren't SRD compliant. For those, do you want me to recommend ways to make it SRD compliant? Probably not, because that's the whole point of you letting me know that you already know it's not SRD compliant. Anyway. Okay, so we have Origin Feats. This one is not SRD compliant. I have some feats for that. Those ones are Artificer, so that's my issue with those two. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because Artificer is not part of the SRD. Okay. So crafting proficiency, you learn the mending cantrip. You gain proficiency in one of the following, in one type of artisan's tool. So it could be anyone. That's totally fine for an origin feat so far. Minor replication, you qualify for all plans the Artificer has access to at second level as part of the replicate magic item feature. Choose 2 plans that you qualify for and learn them. When you gain a level, you can change one plan to another one you qualify for. When you finish a long rest, you can use the replicate magic item feature to create one magic item of which you have the plan. You can only have one magic item crafted from this feat. Okay. And from what I know, isn't level 2 just uncommon and common? I feel like that's not too crazy. And it's very specific common. Yellow is cool. Welcome. How you doing, man? How you doing? Yours is after this I should probably do yours because yours is a more recent one. Timeless Patron. I'll definitely do the Timeless Patron this stream. I have a lot more time this stream, so yeah. Replicate magic item. Let's take a look. It is Artificer level 2. Oh, is that all? Oh yeah. Alchemy Jug, Bag of Holding, Cap of Water Breathing, Goggles of Night, Manifold Tool, Repeating Shot, Returning Weapon, Robe of Climbing, Sending Stones, Shield +1. Wand of Magic. You did not miss yours. I decided that I'm going to... I decided this stream, we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll do something different next stream. But I decided this stream I am prioritizing people in chat. And then if no one in chat has anything, then I'll go with the oldest. I feel like that's a fun way to do it. And makes it so that people don't have to sit in chat waiting for their thing to be covered and never getting it covered, you know? Sorry, my wife next to me. Getting a +1 shield? That's not too crazy. I don't know. +1 weapon. The +1s I'm a little worried about for an origin feat, but like there's some crazy origin feats that WotC has come out with. So yeah. Let's see. So maybe it's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. It might be a little strong for an origin feat, but like Infernal Bulwark exists now. So something to think about. Okay, so Apprentice Templar origin feat. Bestowed Smite. You have one of the following spells prepared: Searing Smite, Thunderous Smite, or Wrathful Smite. The chosen spell can be swapped with another listed spell when you gain a level. You can cast the chosen spell once without expending a spell slot, regaining the ability to do so after finishing a long rest. Yeah, Lemon. I think it's fine. This is the way to put it. I feel like I should have 2 distinctions. I should have what I would allow in my game versus what is like balanced with 5.5E. I would for sure allow this in my game. No questions asked. That's totally fine. I think what gets weird with magic items is some DMs don't give away magic items very often. I had a DM that at level 20, we had like as a party, we had like 5 uncommon and like 1 rare at level 20. So like, you know, like some DMs are really like, you know, they don't give magic items. Anyway though, Apprentice Templar. So you get to Smite, Searing Smite, Thunder Smite, Wrathful Smite. That's totally fine. There's precedent for this, because you can already get Wrathful Smite through, I think it's Fey Touched. But let's see, Weapon Mastery. Weapon Mastery, you can use the Weapon Mastery property of one kind of weapon of your choice with which you have proficiency. The chosen weapon can be swapped when you finish a long rest. So, I like this, but it's unprecedented in the game, and that's something I worry about. But I also, I agree that there should be weapon masteries in feats, like in Origin feats, because there's so many classes that take a 1-level fighter dip because they can't gain access to weapon masteries, you know? So I totally get this. The only thing I could think of, because the thing is, having a lot of weapon masteries, this is another one of those things where I would definitely allow it in my games, 100%. Yeah, no, I totally agree. So like, I think this is great. Oh man, this is so nice. I think the thing about weapon masteries is it's not very strong to have a lot, in my opinion. Like fighters, the fact that they get so many weapon masteries is kind of lame, because they use power budget for something, because most people, they get a magic weapon and then they just use that weapon, you know? So I feel like melee classes wouldn't use this very much, but like melee warlocks would get this feat, melee like monks would get this origin feat, you know, stuff like that. Ooh, I just think maybe I would, I'm trying to think. I think also something to consider is that warlocks can get origin feats as invocations. But maybe that's fine. I guess this power level is also more like a general feat. If it was just bestowed smite or just weapon mastery, I think those could be separate origin feats. Potentially, huh? Like if there was just a weapon mastery origin feat where you gain a weapon mastery, I feel like that would be pretty good of an origin feat that I would take like on a monk or something. This is another hard one where it's just a little more powerful than a lot of origin feats, but it's so cool. Bestowed Smite alone would be so much weaker than Magic Initiate. I think you're right there, because because Magic Initiate does give you a first level spell and a cantrip. Does it give you, and it's any spell on the spell list. Well, I can't freaking spell things. Yeah, you might do something similar to like the Eberron feats or something. Yeah, because you get 2 cantrips in a first level spell. Is weapon mastery equivalent to 2 cantrips? I think that is the question we're asking. It probably is. It probably is. Balance-wise, I think this is great. This is fine. It's just unprecedented. That's the only concern I have, is the unprecedentedness of it. And I like that you didn't add Divine Smite, that it's only the other ones. I agree with that. Ooh. Let's move on to the next one, Apprentice Tracker. Hunter's tools, you learn the Druidcraft cantrip and have Hunter's Mark prepared. You can also cast this spell once without expending a spell slot, regaining the ability to do so after finishing a long rest. Poor Rangers. I think this is totally fine and not unbalanced, just poor Rangers. Their spell is so lame that I think it's totally balanced to have their exclusive spell on an origin feat. And you get weapon mastery. That one's fine. If this one's fine, that one's fine. If this one's fine, that one's fine, is what I would say. Intuitive Detective, Keen Eye, Study, Search. You gain the following benefits. When you use the study or search actions, you can modify them in the following ways. Study. When you use the study action on a creature you can know whether that creature has any immunities, resistance, or vulnerabilities and what they are. Cool. Search. When you use the search action to find creatures within 30 feet of your choice that you find cannot benefit from the invisible condition until the start of your next turn. See, this is one of those things. The feat that most don't pick is Weapon Master, that grants 1 weapon mastery with a weapon you're proficient with and gives a +1 to strength or dex. So there is a base feat that already gives weapon masteries. That's a good thing to keep in mind for the power level of those. Yeah, if weapon mastery feat didn't exist, I would feel more okay with Apprentice, Templar, and Tracker. That is something to think about. For these, so this is a champion fighter situation, and what I mean by that, so champion fighter has as their like main thing being able to make crit range extended, like they can crit on a 19 or 20. And because the champion fighter exists, I personally am reluctant to use that on abilities because it would make the champion fighter less special. And because the hunter ranger exists, this study ability on an origin feat is one of those situations where I feel like it's a little too good for because the hunter ranger has their ability, if that makes sense. And then also there's other feats that can give you study action as a bonus action, and even though it's really good, oh man, yeah, I agree that weapon mastery as a general feat is pretty lame, and I just think it should be an origin feat by itself, you know? You do need 2 feats to get as a bonus action, that is true. I think if you made the study benefit an origin feat and then the search benefit an origin feat, I feel like that would be fine. Because this search is also pretty powerful too. It's basically giving you blind sight as an action, and it's only until the start of your next turn. That's definitely less powerful than study. But they can't benefit from the invisible condition for everyone, not just you. Huh. Yeah. But it's like you do have a point there, but I feel like you would have to specialize in only one of them. Yeah. I think my main reluctance is just origin feats power level are so like, this is one thing that's so hard. Like I'll say this, designing origin feats is hard. designing origin feats is hard because WotC hasn't done a very good job of explaining to us what the power level of origin feat should be. You know what I mean? So yeah. I do like it though. I think it's great. And it's just dependent on whether you think that the Hunter Ranger would feel bad for this origin feat existing, you know. Kind King, origin feat prerequisite. You have to have permission. You have to have a promotion feat or the patient pawn feat. Okay, so this is a. You can't have the promotion feat or the patient. So okay, so the next feat. Promotion feat. Where's promotion? Is that a feat later on? Oh, promotion feats is a separate feat category you have down here. Okay, cool. If you see invisible creatures, unless it's from a spell, it's revealed for everyone. Yeah. Okay. So, Kind King. You cannot be pushed or pulled against your will if you are not incapacitated. Nice. Formation, Royal Protection. You can use a bonus action to grant other creatures of your choice within a 5-foot emanation of you a +1 bonus to their AC until the start of your next turn, while giving yourself a -1 penalty to your AC. This effect ends early if you are incapacitated. That's cool. Yeah, this is balanced. Regal Presence might be. You cannot be pushed, so you're immune to forced movement, basically. Maybe make this cost action economy like a reaction, or once per turn, maybe. Once per on your turn. No, not on your turn. Once per turn, maybe. Just a thought. I don't know. I think this is totally fine though for the most part, and maybe consider making that a little weaker. But that's just a thought. I think this is great. Patient Pawn, ready for battle. You can't have disadvantage on initiative rolls. If you are not incapacitated when you roll initiative, you can immediately activate one of the following effects. You can't have disadvantage on initiative rolls. That is totally fine. It's kind of hard to have disadvantage on initiative rolls anyway. And when it comes up, this is nice. It's kind of like the new surprise rules, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, you can't be surprised, but surprise is like a different thing. And you can gain heroic inspiration if you don't already have it. That's totally fine for just a once per initiative thing. Double step, you move up to your speed. If you are mounted, the mount can move up to half its speed instead. That's fine. Reform, if you have a promotion feat, which we'll get to later, you can recover any expended use of the formation feature, which we'll get to later. Yeah, meant to be anti-surprise, yeah. Use this feature 100 times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we'll read promotion feats later and then we'll come back to that. But now we got general feats, which can definitely be a little more generous with their power level, which is nice. So we have Advanced Inventor. Ability score, increase your constitution or intelligence score by 1. Oh, I should read the prerequisites. Artificer or apprentice craftsman feat, which is the feat, the first one we read. Con or intelligence by 1. Crafting proficiency, you gain proficiency in Arcana. If you already have proficiency in that skill, you can choose an artisan's tool to gain proficiency with instead. Awesome. Craftsman's Servant, you have the spell Homunculus Servant prepared, and you can cast Homunculus Servant once as a magic action without material components or spell slot. Awesome. You gain the ability to do that again after finishing a long rest. When you summon the Homunculus in this way, it has the following traits: shared proficiency. The Homunculus Servant has proficiency in Arcana and any arts and tools that you have proficiency with. That's awesome. That's totally fair. Probably need to explain this one. Allows your Homunculus Servant to craft and help with crafting. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. I assumed it was for whatever reason it was for. I thought it wasn't broken or anything. I kind of see what you're doing here, though. Let me look at... Okay, I just want to look at this spell, feat. And for... I think this feat from D&D Drops is like one of the most powerful origin feats. And I think it's on the high end. Oh, it's not an origin feat, it's a general feat. What's the one? I think it's Infernal Pact. Infernal Pact is on the high end of origin feats, and Infernal Bulwark is pretty powerful too. So you get Dark Vision, which is... You get Devil's Sight, which is stepping on the toes of the Warlock. You get Deception proficiency and resistance to fire and poison damage. And then you also get stepping on the toes of Monk and Barbarian ability with Devil's Flesh. And you get a level 1 spell, a free casting of it. And then you can cast, the free casting is level 2. And you get a reaction ability that does damage. So like they're like on the upper ends of power, these are close to that or weaker. So I think these are fair. But let's go to Advanced Templar. So you increase your strength or charisma score by 1, makes sense. You have to be a paladin or Apprentice Templar feat. So if you're already a paladin, you don't need that origin feat from earlier, which makes sense. You have proficiency in a skill of your choice between Deception, Intimidation, or Persuasion. I like that. And Call of Divinity. When a creature within 10 feet of you is hit with an attack, you can use your reaction to cast a smite spell you have prepared on the target. Ooh. So the way you worded this, I think it makes it work without the weapon attack. Is that what you meant for it to do? Oh no, I'll be more specific. How it's worded, it can work with an ally's attack. Which is really cool, honestly. I'm trying to think though. Because it can be used for any attack within 10 feet of you. I might consider this being proficiency bonus times per long rest. Maybe. That's just me though. It's honestly probably fine as is, but just so that, because we used to, because basically this allows you to double smite, which Paladins were considered one of the most powerful damage dealing classes in the game when they weren't able, when they were able to double smite. And even with the nerf to Divine Smite, which I agree, I don't like the nerf to Divine Smite. Oh, I guess this does make it though. This doesn't make it so they can double smite. This just makes it so it doesn't require a bonus action anymore, because it still requires a spell slot, and you can only cast one spell per. I think I would make it only work on your turn. Basically taking away the bonus action cost of Divine Smite, potentially, but not allowing you to double smite. Just an idea. So like, for example, let me think. When a creature then is hit with an attack, you can use your reaction to cast a smite spell you have prepared on the target. So, because of the one spell slot per turn rule, you can only use this when it's not your turn to double smite. But this reaction is pretty easy to meet, as long as you're within a creature within 10 feet of you. Yeah, I just don't see a paladin ever not taking this if it was in the game. You know what I mean? And so that's something to consider. But I do like it. That's super cool. Advanced Tracker, prerequisite level 4 plus Ranger or Apprentice Tracker feat. Ability score, increase your dexterity or wisdom score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Primal Recall, you gain proficiency in survival if you don't already have it. You also gain double proficiency in that skill. Wouldn't that be like expertise? Anyway, Incidental Strike, when an ally lands an attack against a creature marked by your hunter's mark, you can use your reaction to make a weapon attack or an unarmed strike against the same target. When an ally lands an attack against a creature marked by your hunter's mark, you can use your reaction to make a weapon attack or an armed strike against that same target. See, for a Ranger, that's really cool and totally fine. Ah, okay. That makes sense. This is just great. Rangers suffer a lot. Like, Rangers are struggling a lot in the base game. Making Hunter's Mark better. That's great. I like that one. As is. Life Manipulator. General feat, level 4. Ability score increase, just con. Arcane Vigor. You have Arcane Vigor prepared, which is a spell that we like. Is that SRD? I feel like that might not. Probably is. You probably checked. But maybe I just never thought about using Arcane Vigor. Ah, no, it's not on the SRD, so that's something to keep in mind. I've slowly been memorizing spells that are on the SRD. I'm kind of shocked how much I remember. Constitution is your spellcasting modifier. You can cast a spell once without expending a spell slot. No worries. Regaining the ability to do so on a short or long rest. Even though this is not SRD compliant, as an ability, that's totally normal. I think it's good. I think this is totally balanced and fine. I like it. Recovery once per turn. If you deal damage, the next time you recover hit points to a creature before the end of your turn, you may add 1d6 to hit points recovered. Like it. Enhancement. Once per turn, if you recover a creature's hit points, add 1d6 force damage to the next damage roll you make before the end of your next turn. Yeah, this is awesome. I like it. I like it as is. Perfect. It could be Cure Wounds or Healing Word, but they're more powerful. Yeah. Because Arcane Vigor, I know, uses your hit dice. Like, this is a pretty... Recovery and enhancement are pretty small benefits. And this is a general feat. I think having it be Cure Wounds would be fine. Personally. Offensive Duelist. Level 4, Dexterity 13 or Strength 13 prerequisite. Ability skill improvement, Dex or Strength, makes sense. Feint, Fletch. If I pronounced that right. Feint. If you miss with a weapon attack while holding a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons, the next weapon attack you make before the end of your next turn has advantage. Totally fine. Fletch, immediately after you use your attack action while holding a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons or shields to make an attack, you may use your bonus action to make a single weapon attack with the same weapon. Okay, so this is basically giving you a bonus action attack as a duelist for a general feat. I think that's fine. Yeah, because this is basically, because we have defense, we have dueling. Is it what's it called? It's like the two-handed weapon feat. We have Great Weapon Master. This is similar power level to those, and helps us very specific playstyle. Then we get Sweeping Meteor. General feat, level 4, Strength 13, prerequisite. Increase your strength by 1. Comet Strike. I would recommend Sweeping Meteor. Also, give the option to increase your con. There's just times when you're like a fighter or something that your strength is already maxed out, but you might want to have a feat like this. Once per turn, when you attack with a melee weapon that you were holding in two hands, you can replace the attack with a wide sweep. Force all creatures within reach to make a dexterity saving throw, DC 8 plus your strength modifier and proficiency bonus, dealing the weapon's damage on a fail. To use this feature, the weapon must have the two-handed or versatile property. Yeah. Is there any reason this could be overpowered? I don't think so. I think this is something martials are lacking that's really cool. And I just like it. Like, I don't really know what else to say. Yeah. I think that's fair. It's just giving an AoE option to martials that makes sense. Okay, promotional feats. Let's figure out what these are about. We got Benevolent Bishop. Promotional feat, prerequisite level 4. Can't have another promotional feat or the Kind King feat. Increase ability score, any ability score by 1. Cool. Giving Spirit. You learn the Guidance cantrip. You additionally have either Bless or Bane prepared. You can replace the spell with the other when you finish a long rest. Okay. You can cast whichever spell you choose once without expending a spell slot, regaining the ability so as you're finishing a long rest. Like it. So Guidance, Bless, or Bane, and you can switch it out. Formation Helping Hand. You can cast a modified version of Guidance as a bonus action. The spell's range becomes 30 feet, and it can target an additional number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus. Ooh, that's cool. You can choose a different skill for each target. Okay. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest, or by using a magic action to convert a use of Heroic Inspiration. Wow. This is awesome. So, a couple things I'll say about this. Totally balanced. It uses a bonus action, which, normally takes an action. But it's a concentration spell. A lot of people forget that guidance is concentration. It's a concentration spell. How many targets? Proficiency bonus number of targets within 30 feet. They each get to add a d4 to a skill check for the duration of guidance, and you can use it once per long rest, or use Heroic Inspiration, which you only have one of at a time anyway. Yeah, that's really clever to gain a use back with Heroic Inspiration. Props to that. I like that a lot. Yeah, super cool. Let's go to the next one. Nimble Knight. Level 4, can't have another Promation feat or Kind King feat. Any ability score. Accommodating mount. If you are medium or larger, you can mount creatures of the same size as you, the same way you would a larger creature. When you are mounted, both you and the mount can pass through the spaces of other creatures, but can't stop in the same space. Okay. Patient Pawn is a battery for all these. Oh, nice. Wait, where is that one? Is that the... because you gain Heroic Inspiration. I see. Because you gain Heroic Inspiration when you start an initiative. Yeah. Which is totally fine. There's already tons of origin feats that give you Heroic Inspiration in different situations. So, yeah. So yeah, basically this makes it so you can get use a mount that is the same size as you, which there is precedent for that in the 5E Ranger subclass. The what's it called? The Drake Warden. Everyone's been behaving so far, Bacon Commander. No worries. All the bacon is protected. No one has said bad things about bacon. Everyone's been really bacon positive so far. Okay, so I think accommodating mount is fine. I think that's a really interesting feat option. But we have this other one, Formation Spectral Steed. You can cast Phantom Steed without expending a spell slot. The spell's casting time is a bonus action, but the spell ends at the end of your turn, giving the rider 1 minute to ride and dismount the steed. Oh yeah, that makes sense, because the duration of Phantom Steed gives you a minute once it ends. So yeah. Once you cast the spell in this way, you can't do so again until you finish the long rest, and you can also regain it back with Heroic Inspiration. Nice. And you have to use a magic action to convert a use of Heroic Inspiration. Okay, design note. Reckless Rook. This feat might seem strange at first, but taking a look at falling onto a creature mechanic from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything and the plunge attack mechanic from this module, find both in the appendix. The intent, versatility, and power level of the feat should be clear. Okay. Where's that at? Plunge attack. New mechanic, once per turn, if you are airborne, you may target a creature within 10 feet of the space beneath you with a melee attack, regardless of reach. Oh, you have it both here. Okay, let's read falling under a creature from Tasha's. If a creature falls into the space of a second creature and neither of them is tiny, the The second creature must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or be impacted by the falling creature, and any damage resulting from the fall is divided evenly between them. The impacted creature is also knocked prone unless it is 2 or more sizes larger than the falling creature. Okay. Has this been updated in 5.5E? If not, that's totally fine. I'm just curious. I assume it not, since you added Tasha's closure to everything. Anyway, new mechanic: once per turn, if you are airborne, you may target a creature within 10 feet of the space beneath you with a melee attack, regardless of reach. Given the space is within your falling rate per round, you fall to an unoccupied space where the creature and the space beneath you are both within reach. On a hit, any damage resulting from your fall is divided evenly between you and the target, and you do not fall prone. The damage dealt to the target uses the damage type of the attack rather than the fall. Okay. That's cool though. I like that mechanic. That it makes sense too. Okay. Sky drop. Your high jump height increases to 10 feet if it was lower. You can move up to 10 feet in any direction while you are in the air. Each foot moved in this way costs an additional foot of movement. Okay. Formation, castle flight. As a bonus action, you can soar up, launching yourself vertically up to 60 feet. You become immune to fall damage until the end of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or by using a magic. Okay, so yeah, think about this. This is basically a once per combat ability. When taking into account the origin feat this requires. And how much damage are we talking? This would be it would be half the fall damage. It would be half the fall damage of 60 feet, which 60 feet is 66. So it'd be like 3d6 damage basically. So 3d6 extra damage once per long rest. I think that's fine. Once per combat. Kind of. Yeah, that's not crazy or anything. And it's really cool thematically. Quaint Queen. The same stuff as the other ones. We got Elegant Step. You can hover while hovering. You can walk on air, but you cannot move up and down or jump if you don't have a fly speed. Okay. I would maybe add, I know that there's hover rules. But maybe put something like, I was thinking like you're immune to being knocked prone, but I guess it's covered under hover, yeah. Formation Royal Wind. As a bonus action, you can choose a number of creatures up to your proficiency bonus within 60 feet of you to benefit from your tailwind. Chosen creatures can immediately use their reactions to move up to half their speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Additionally, until the end of your next turn, the chosen creatures gain the benefits of Elegant Step. Oh. Okay, so basically you can give a bunch of creatures the ability to hover. And they can move half their speeds. I feel like in a way, it's kind of a way to like save people. It's kind of like a different way to Featherfall, I guess. And also like, yeah, you can walk vertically. You just can't go up and down. That makes sense. So this could also be a way that you can like get across a gap. Stuff like that. Yeah, I think this is fine. I do think, how do I say? I think the intent, I think the rules are written correctly. I think it might take a second for people to understand what it's supposed to be doing. Does that make sense? It took me a while to fully comprehend it, but it's clear what it does once you think about it. Yeah. No, totally. I like it though, yeah. Then we have a fighting style feat here. We have sky fighting. You are resistant to fall damage, and taking fall damage does not knock you prone. That's fine. It's kind of like slow fall, basically. Slow fall works a little differently, so it's kind of cool because it can be combined with slow fall. And then obviously you have your plunge attack ability already. So, mechanic, rule. Yeah, this is a super cool little document. I like it. I am running out of time. But I might even... Okay, so guys, I have to take my wife somewhere in 50 minutes. But I might even stream more once I get back home. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe I'll just schedule a sooner one. I want to get Virtual Vikings one done next, though. Just because he's been in here like the whole time. I'm going to do Virtual Viking real quick. Next. And then we'll go from there. It sounds like I need to scale down my origin feats. Yeah, that's just my opinion, though. You know. I just kind of... Origin feats are this weird mechanic in the game where the power level is so up and down. Like, I don't know. But yeah, so Virtual Viking has this Artificer subclass called the Rope Mechanist, I mean. We're going to do this one real quick. Not real quick. We're going to do it a normal amount of time. And then if I have time for another one, I'll do another one. I'm going to get some more water real quick, though. I am kind of thirsty. Hold on, talking. Yeah. Origin feats are weird, man. I try to be a little careful with them just because I think it's important to keep in mind warlocks with lessons of the first ones when making origin feats. That's my main concern. Also, you have those weird artificer ones that are like really strong that obviously can't be used with warlocks and stuff, so... Okay, first of all, what was I gonna do? I was gonna... So we're doing Virtual Vikings one real quick. Freaking really like your layouts and stuff, dude. This is awesome. You got rule references here. You got the version. Nice. DM's Guild. Okay, so this is a DM's Guild one. Okay. So artificers are fun. I'm gonna reduce the music volume even more. I was gonna do something before I started this one. What was I gonna do? Oh, I know what I was gonna... The cat cam's not on, guys. That's what it was. There's the cat cam, guys. There's my cat hanging out. Took me a while to figure all that out. Oh, not totally. Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, I've been using Affinity as well recently, and yeah, it's a whole thing. Rote mechanists believe cantrips are not lesser magic. They are repeated procedures, memorized, practiced, suggested, and refined until the caster can perform them as naturally as breathing. While other spellcasters repeat these small spells by habit, a rote mechanist rebuilds them into devices, triggers, lenses, clamps, relays, chemical injectors, signal lamps, and field tools. A firebolt becomes a calibrated ignition lance. A mage hand becomes a remote actuator. A harmless magical flourish becomes a tracking tag, a tiny gauge, or a temporary fastener. To a rote mechanist, a cantrip is not a trick, it is a platform. Cool. Reading the description, I fully expected the subclass to just have a spell list of just 10 cantrips. Yeah. So Rote Mechanist level 3. You always have the spells in the Rote Mechanist spells table prepared. After you reach the Artificer level specified for them, these spells count as Artificer spells for you, but they don't count against the number of Artificer spells you prepare. So you have Chromatic Orb, Unseen Servant, Enhance Ability, Mirror Image, Counterspell, Sending, Arcane Eye, Fabricate, Animate Objects, and Telekinesis. So for spell storing item, we do have some cool picks. Sending is kind of cool for that. Chromatic Orb even, like, it's a lower level spell, but Chromatic Orb is pretty powerful. Enhance Ability, Mirror Image. Yeah. I tend to want to see a powerful damaging spell for second or third level typically, but I need to read the rest of the subclass first. Everyone's homebrew looks so fancy and I'm just on Google Docs. Well, I did a tutorial recently. I should put that. I should link that in the chat. I did a tutorial recently on homebrewery. You should watch this. Okay. You gain proficiency in one type of artisan tools of your choice. If you already have proficiency with that tool, choose another type of artisan tools instead. You also create a rote apparatus, a tiny magical device that stores and refines your practice spell procedures. Your apparatus might be a bracer covered in sliding glyph plates, a wand-like drafting tool, a mechanical glove, a lens array, a pocket spell engine, or another device appropriate to your craft. While holding or wearing your rote apparatus, you can use it as an artificer spellcasting focus. Awesome. If your rote apparatus is lost or destroyed, you can rebuild it when you finish a long rest, provided you have Tinker's tools or another type of artisan tools in hand. Alright. Bonus cantrip. You learn one additional cantrip from the Artificer spell list. It counts as an Artificer cantrip for you, but it doesn't count against the number of Artificer cantrips you know. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace this bonus cantrip with another cantrip from the Artificer spell list. Okay. So pretty standard Artificer level 3 abilities. Here is where I assume we're going to get something juicy. You learn rote schematics. You learn how to convert your artificer cantrips into engineered magical procedures called rote schematics. Whenever you know an artificer cantrip, you also know the rote schematic associated with that cantrip. Okay. In the rote schematic section, If you stop knowing that cantrip, you stop knowing its rote schematic. When you cast an artificer cantrip through your rote apparatus, you can apply the cantrip's rote schematic. You can apply only one rote schematic to a cantrip when you cast it. So is this basically giving you the ability to cast 2 cantrips at once? Is that what's going on? Okay, so you learn to convert your cantrips into these rote schematics. Whenever you know an artificer cantrip, you can also know the rote schematic associated with that cantrip. And artificers, like wizards, can switch out their cantrip on a long rest, right? Oh, well, as you gave cantrips more oomph. When you cast an artificer cantrip through your rote apparatus, you can apply that cantrip's rote schematic. Rote schematic is going to have more stuff at the end, isn't it? Okay, I understand now. Cool. Oh, and you have one for a bunch of different cantrips. Oh, wow. So you have specific... Oh, wow. You have specific boosts for each cantrip. Ooh. That is really cool, but that might be a little too complicated. And what I mean by that is... I guess, though, it's kind of similar to, like, the Battle Master. This is kind of like the Battle Master maneuvers, but for cantrips. Let me take a look at your note. For paper sheets or interactive sheets, write down only the rote schematics for the cantrips the character actually knows. That is true. It's one of those things. So, like, yeah, you're only going to know a few cantrips. So if you only have a few cantrips, then you only have a few abilities. So yeah, that's very true. Artificer players do enjoy complicated too. Like, let's look at this. Let's go to Artificer real quick. I'm just hesitant on things that are too complicated. Let's see though. So you get 2 cantrips plus a third one with this subclass. At most, you're gonna have 5. Okay, that's good to keep in mind. On cardstock. Yeah. At most, you're gonna have a few. Okay, so let's read these first, just so we can understand. I might have to do these. Okay, so we have. Is message the first one? No. It's an alphabetical. Whew, this is a lot. Well, but I have enough time probably to do these. I probably won't be able to do another one after this. I did have the amount of cantrips. Okay, cool. The following rote schematics modify cantrips available to the artificer in the cited source books. A rote schematic modifies only the cantrip named in its heading. The spell itself is not reproduced here. Use the rule for its cited source. Okay, cool. When a creature, so for Acid Splash, we have Solvent Cascade. When a creature fails its saving throw against your Acid Splash, you can coat it in unstable solvent until the start of your next turn. The first time the coated creature is hit by an attack before then, it takes extra acid damage equal to your intelligence modifier. Okay. So you can add your int mod to the... No. The first time the coated creature is hit by an attack before then. Okay, so it takes int mod damage if it is hit. Okay. Refined Rote. If more than one creature fails its saving throw against your Acid Splash, you can coat each creature that failed. Okay. I feel like this doesn't have to be a separate mention. I feel like you can just say when a creature fails its saving throw. When any number of creatures fail, or something like that. Overclock, one creature that failed its saving throw takes extra acid damage. Oh, I should figure out what this overclock feature is first. Overclock roads level 9. So it's something you get at level 9. Oh. Okay, so 5 is the first upgrade. 9 is the second upgrade. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So this is an upgrade at level 5. This is an upgrade at level 9. One creature that failed its saving throw takes acid damage equal to 1d8 per level of the spell slot expended. Huh? But it's a cantrip. Oh, I see. So this is like, because they take the damage later when they're hit by something. But they could be hit by something that isn't a spell. So that's something to keep in mind. Like, what if they're hit by the fighter hitting them? Does this work? I should read Overclock. When you apply a rote schematic to an artificer cantrip, okay, never mind. I had it wrong. You can expend a spell slot to activate the schematic's overclock benefit, if it has one. You can overclock a rote schematic only once per casting. Okay, cool. So, refined rotes is just a benefit that you just get to add. Overclock is you use a spell slot. I understand now. So you get to add 1d8 per spell slot. That's cool. And it becomes difficult terrain until starting your next turn. Yeah. For an artificer, that's fine. Silent Sanctum. What's this spell? Is this a homebrew spell? I'm going to skip this one just because I don't know what that spell is. Booming Blade. When you hit a creature with Booming Blade, you can tune the spell's Thunder Field to your own movement until the start of your next turn. If the target willingly moves 5 feet or more, you can use your reaction to move up to 10 feet. Ah, it's from Exploring Eberron. I see. I don't have access to that book, unfortunately. But that would make sense since it's an Eberron book to have it. Oh. Okay, cool. Nice. When you hit a creature with Booming Blade, you can tune the spell's Thunder Field to your own movement until starting your next turn. The target willingly moves. I see. So, if they move while Booming Blade is active, you can move up to 10 feet with a reaction. And it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. I like it. Ooh. Yeah. Refined Rote. If the target takes the secondary thunder damage from Booming Blade, it has disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of that next turn. That's fine. Overclock. When the target takes secondary thunder damage from Booming Blade, it takes extra thunder damage equal to 1d8 per level of the spell slot expended. Okay, so yeah, just adding extra damage to Booming Blade, it basically makes it a smite. Kind of. It's not full because it has to take the second thunder damage, so. And then it's knocked prone. I think that's fine. Create Bonfire. Portable Kiln. When you cast Create Bonfire, your bonfire forms inside a small mobile containment frame. While you maintain concentration on the spell, you can use a bonus action to move the bonfire up to 5 feet to an unoccupied space on a surface within the spell's range. Okay, so a moving bonfire. Moving the bonfire this way doesn't cause a creature to make the cantrip saving throw unless the creature later enters the bonfire space or ends its turn there. Okay. When you create or move the bonfire, Refined Rote, by the way, choose a 5-foot square adjacent to it. That square becomes difficult terrain until the start of your next turn. Okay. Overclock. Until the start of your next turn, the bonfire occupies one additional 5-foot square adjacent to its normal space for each level of the spell slot expended. Okay, wow, so it makes it nice and big. Each additional square must be on a surface and within the spell's range. This uses a spell slot. It's a cantrip that requires concentration. I think that's fine. Yeah, bonus action for 5 feet of motion is a little expensive. You might want to consider making it faster even, especially because it doesn't cause damage. Maybe even 30 feet, like 30 feet where it doesn't cause damage unless they end their turn. That might be fine. Dancing lights. Survey beacons. When you cast dancing lights, your lights become hovering survey beacons if 3 or more of the lights are within 10 feet of a creature, object, doorway, mechanism, or 10-foot square area. You and creatures of your choice have advantage on intelligence, investigation, or perception checks you make to examine that subject. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so you get advantage on investigation or perception checks on things that are within the dancing light's light. Seems reasonable. When a creature you can see within 5 feet of one of the lights makes an attack roll, you can use your reaction to extinguish that light and subtract 1d4 from the attack roll. Okay. It uses your reaction. And this is also a concentration cantrip. That's something to keep in mind too. And it's 1d4. That seems reasonable, yeah. You must do so before the roll's outcome is known. It's kind of like a way to kind of have a bane effect, but it uses your reaction. That's fine. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. It might be good to make it a little faster. Overclock. When you cast dancing lights, you can expend a spell slot to remove the spell's concentration. Level 9, yeah. For this casting, you also create one additional light for each level of the spell's slot expended. You can have only one non-concentration casting of dancing lights from this rote schematic at a time. Okay, elementalism. When you cast elementalism through your rote apparatus, you can create 2 of the spell's effects instead of 1. The effects can be the same or different, and they can originate at different points within range. Each effect must obey the spell's normal limitations. For example, you could create a breeze in 1 cube and scatter harmless embers in another, produce 2 cups of water, or create 2 separate elemental structures. Okay, yeah. Elementalism is an interesting spell because I think it's very, 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 very weak. I'm actually making a wizard called the Elementalist, and I'm allowing them to cast Elementalism at the start of their turn, no action required, because it's so weak. So this is the nice little bump. Refined rote. When you cast Elementalism, you can maintain your elemental manifold for up to 1 minute. Okay. Maintaining it requires concentration as if concentrating on a spell. Wait, what's elemental manifold? Yeah, what's that? Have I not read this spell in a while? Ah, I see. So this is called elemental manifold. And you're saying that, okay, I get it. I get it now. Yeah. That makes total sense. Okay. So you can maintain your elemental manifold for up to 1 minute. Because normally these last for like, what, a round or something? Yeah. While the manifold persists, you can use a bonus action to create one effect of elementalism at a point within the spell's range. A sculpted shape or another effect with the duration that you create with the bonus action ends when you use this bonus action again, or when the manifold ends. The spell's harmless smoke, dust, mist, or similar effects don't create a lightly or heavily obscured area. Okay. Overclock, when you cast elementalism, you can expend a spell slot to stabilize the manifold. Duration becomes 10 minutes per level of the spell slot expended. Okay. Doesn't require concentration, and the range of elementalism becomes 60 feet while the manifold persists. You can only use one stabilized elemental manifold active at a time. You can only have one stabilized elemental manifold active at a time. This is one of those things that Bruce likes to say. More creative players will get more use out of this. It's a pretty cool one, though. I honestly can't even think of all the stuff you could do with it, but I don't think it's overpowered or anything. I think it's just cool. Mostly probably out of combat thing. Okay, Firebolt. Modulated ignition. When you cast Firebolt through your rote apparatus, its range increases by 30 feet. Okay. So it's like 160 feet, I think, because I think that's a 120 feet spell. In addition, when you hit a creature with it, the target takes extra fire damage equal to your intelligence modifier. Okay, pretty standard. Like, this is just like the Warlock. Refined Rote. When you cast Firebolt, you can divide the spell's damage dice among multiple targets. Okay, choose a number of creatures within the spell's range up to a number of damage dice the spell rolls. Okay, yeah, so as you get higher level, so this basically makes it Eldritch Blast, which is pretty cool. Firebolt schematic is the first one I made. Nice. Assign at least one damage die to each target, then make a separate ranged spell attack against each target. No creature can be targeted more than once. Okay, so it's similar to Eldritch Blast, but it's not the same because you can only... Okay, I like that. No creature can be targeted more than once by this casting. The extra damage from modulated ignition applies to only one target you hit. Okay, yeah, so you made it similar without overshadowing it. I feel like it doesn't necessarily need to be that... Okay, because this is level 5 that you get this. And you're an artificer. Huh. I'm trying to think. I think I agree with Lemon. I think you could have the int mod apply to all hits, because you already have the limitation that creatures can't be targeted more than once, which makes it weaker than Eldritch Blast. With Eldritch Blast with the what is it? With the Agonizing Blast. So yeah, I agree with Lemon there. Yeah, so I think you could remove having it apply to only one target. Totally agree. Then Overclock, when you hit a creature with Firebolt, creatures of your choice within 5 feet of the target must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, creature takes fire damage equal to 1d6 per level of the spell slot expended. On a successful save, it takes half as much damage. I have a recommendation for Overclock. Have them burn as well. The burning rules. Because Firebolt already has the thing where objects and that aren't worn or carried start burning. Have it that the target starts burning for Overclock. I feel like that would be cool. Highly recommend that, yeah. Okay, and then we got Force Blast. Yeah, I'm not going to cover this just because I'm not familiar with this cantrip. But Frostbite I am. Oh, good. Just so you know, you can always go back and rewatch. Just in case I talk too fast or something. Numbing Calibration. When a creature fails its saving throw against your Frostbite, you It also has disadvantage on the next strength or dexterity ability check it makes before the start of your next turn. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah. If the target misses with an attack roll while suffering the normal attack penalty from frostbite, its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the end of that turn. So this makes frostbite a bit like Ray of Frost. Let's see. Frostbite. Yeah, it's like it's basically cold vicious mockery. And it's 1d6. And so this is specific saving throws, which are thematic. And it's no, it's only ability checks, which is fine because there is use for this. Like when you're grappling someone, you have to make an ability check. So it's not saving throws, it's just ability checks. That's even more balanced. Yeah, this is totally fine. Not broken at all. If the target misses with an attack roll while suffering the normal attack penalty from frostbite, which is like the vicious mockery thing, its speed is reduced by 10 until the end of that turn. So they have disadvantage to hit, and now their speed is reduced by 10 if they miss, which they're likely to because it's disadvantage. Overclock, one creature that failed its saving throw against frostbite takes extra cold damage equal to 1d8 per level of the spell slot expended. Until the end of its next turn, the creature can't take the dash action. Ooh. So creatures don't take the dash action very often. But I understand until the end of its next turn, that creature can't take the dash action. I would maybe add a debuff that is more reliable, especially because you're using a spell slot. You could have their damage. Or you could okay, you're a half caster. What if it's 5 feet per spell slot expended? So it max out, like this is an overclock, so you're at least a level 9 artificer. So even if you multi-class, it wouldn't be too overpowered. But like it would max out at like what? Like level 5 spells, so that you're talking 5 times 5, 25? Just something to think about. Yeah, or dash, disengage, or dodge. Yeah, that could be good too, for sure. If this was a monster, this would be good. But on against monsters, it's just not as good, in my opinion. Green Flame Blade. The 3Ds of combat. Yeah. When you hit a creature with a green flame blade, you can redirect unused heat into the primary target. If the spell's secondary fire doesn't damage another creature, the primary target's extra fire damage equal to your intelligence modifier. Okay. This is good. Yeah. So like one of the big problems with green flame blade is it's not always possible to have two creatures next to each other. I like that, yeah. In addition, you can cause the spell's fire to ignite, heat, singe, or weld onto unattended non-magical object within 5 feet of the primary target. The affected portion can be no larger than a 1 foot cube. I think this is cool, but also you could add burning to this too. I just like the burning condition, and I think it should be added more to the game. But that's just idea. Refined Rote. When the spell's secondary fire damages another creature, that creature sheds dim light in a 5 foot radius and can't benefit from the invisible condition as a starting next turn. Yeah. So like this is similar to the that one spell, Fairy Fire, but also the new Druid and Bard cantrip. You know what I'm talking about. Overclock. When you hit with green flame blade, you create extra fire damage equal to 1d8 per level of the spell slot expended. You can apply this extra damage to its primary target. Secondary target or divide the dice between them. Okay, yeah. That's totally balanced and nice. I think that's fine. Okay, guidance. Predictive caliber. Ooh, we got a new, this is the second time guidance has been enhanced in this stream. When a creature adds the die from your guidance spell to an ability check, and the check uses a skill or tool proficiency you also have, the creature can roll the die twice and use either roll. Nice! Yeah, that's cool. Refined Rote. The range of your guidance becomes 30 feet when you cast it. Oh, no, that's funny. It's the same extension as the other one. Through your rote apparatus, provided the target can see or hear you. Nice. Overclock. When you cast guidance, choose a number of willing creatures within 30 feet of you equal to 1 plus the level of the spell slot expended. Until the spell ends, each chosen creature can benefit from... Oh, that's so funny. This is kind of similar to Lemon's ability, but made independently. Creature can benefit only if the relevant ability check uses a skill or tool proficiency you have, or if the creature is following a specific plan or instruction you gave when you cast the spell. Ooh. Yeah, I like it. Inspection beacon. When you cast light, the lit object becomes an inspection beacon. When a creature of your choice examines something in the bright light, it has advantage on intelligence investigation checks made to study objects, mechanism documents, structural weaknesses, hidden compartments, seams, tracks, or tool marks. In 5.5E, it's very rare for things to be limited to only specific things. I would consider just having it say you have advantage on intelligence investigation checks. I think that would be fine. Yeah. But I like the thematics of it for sure. Refined Rote. As a bonus action, while the spell persists, you can cause the beacon to scan until the start of your next turn. During that time, you know the location of invisible creatures and invisible objects within the spell's bright light. Okay, so it's kind of like Tremor Sense, where it's just knowing the location, which is fine, provided they aren't behind total cover. This doesn't end the invisible condition. Yeah, so it's like Tremor Sense. That's good. Yeah, no worries. Overclock. When you cast light, the spell's bright light radius increases by 10 feet per level of the spell slot expended. For the spell's duration, creatures of your choice also benefit from the Refined Rote while they are within the bright light. I do think overall some third level upgrades are weak, considering this is your only feature for the level, other than extra spells. Yeah, but you do have... How many spells do they have at level 3? So they have 3. They're gonna have 3 cantrips at level 3, so that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, I do agree. Yeah. That is true. Yeah, because why would you use the light one when you have the guidance one at level 3? That's true. Light isn't concentration. I'm pretty sure that's one of the benefits. But yeah, I get what you mean, Lemon, for sure. What if Overclock also removes the... Like, this Refined Rote doesn't remove the invisible condition? What if they have to make a dex save or something, and it does remove the invisible condition? That could be kind of interesting. Like creatures within it? I don't know. Just an idea. Lightning Lure. Tethered current. When you cast Lightning Lure, you can also target an unattended object that isn't being worn or carried. Provided it weighs no more than 50 pounds. The object automatically fails the saving throw, takes no damage, and is pulled 10 feet straight towards you. Okay, cool. So it becomes like a regular rope, basically. Like a lasso. If you target a willing creature within the cantrip, the creature can choose to fail the saving throw and take no damage from the spell. Nice. So you can use it to pull allies or pull objects. That's fair, yeah. When a creature fails its saving throw against lightning lure, you can pull it up to 15 feet instead of 10 feet. Yep. Overclock, one creature that fails its saving throw against lightning lure takes extra lightning damage equal to 1d8 per level. Spell slot expended. The target gets pulled by the spell. The pull distance increases by 5 feet per level the spell slot expended. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not necessarily saying they need to be buffed straight up, but I would recommend removing some of the additional restrictions put on the non-combat ones that seem a bit weaker. Yeah, no, that's fair, yeah. Kind of thinking of create bonfire, dancing lights, light. Yeah, I agree with Lemon. Magecraft. Okay, that's another one I don't know about. So I'm gonna skip that one. Sorry. But we do have Mage Hand. I also only have like 10 minutes left, so I might have to finish this later. Let me see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do in 10 minutes. When you cast Mage Hand, the hand can manifest with a spectral version of one set of artisan tools or thieves tools, which you are proficient. The hand can perform simple tasks with those tools within the spell's range, provided the task doesn't require significant force, delicate tactical feedback, or more than one working hand. If the task requires an ability check, you make the check using your normal ability modifier and proficiency. The DM decides whether the task is possible for the hand. Okay. So basically, you get to use Mage Hand as a tool. Yeah, I think this is a really cool subclass. I agree. I was a little worried about it being too complicated, but having a limited... This is basically Battle Master maneuvers. So that really... Knowing that it's basically Battle Master maneuvers makes it way less complicated when you think about it. Your hand's range is increased to 60 feet and can carry up to 20 pounds. In addition, after the turn on which you cast a spell, you can control the hand as a bonus action instead of in action. Cool. Overclock, when you cast Mage Hand, its duration becomes 10 minutes and its range increases by 30 feet per level of the spell slot expended. For this casting, the hand can perform delicate tactical tasks that normally require one working hand, such as picking a lock or disarming a simple trap, though the DM may still rule that some tasks require your direct touch. Okay. I just wouldn't change the cantrips too much. That's the only thing that complicates it. Yeah, the initial choosing is a bit scary. Otherwise, this is great. Yeah. Magic Stone. When you cast Magic Stone, you can create the stones from small scraps, ball bearings, nuts, bolts, sling bullets, or similar tiny objects. I see. So this makes it less limited. When you make a ranged spell attack with one of the magic stones, the damage die becomes a D8. Is it normally a D6? Yeah, normally D6. So now it's a D8. That's fine. This damage scaling applies only when you make the attack if another creature attacks with it. So it only works when you use the magic stone, not if someone else uses it. I think that's reasonable. You think so? What makes it too strong? 1d8 ammunition, basically. With it, I guess I'm not understanding why it would be too strong. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a larger or smaller creature with one of your magic stones, you can push it 5 feet horizontally. Yeah. I would word it like 5 feet straight away from yourself, because that's how, I think that's how most 5.5 ones are worded. Look up the push weapon mastery, I think, to find the wording, but maybe horizontally works too. When you hit a creature with one of your magic stones, the target takes extra bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 per level of the spell slot expended. Ah, yeah. Horizontally does give you more options. That's true. When you hit with one of your magic stones, creature within 5 feet of the target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. Take bludgeoning damage equal to half the extra damage rolled. Yeah, that's fine. That's 3d8 twice. Is it because of like is that like a sling, or like is it because of the sling? Right? Oh, because it plus the int on each. Or is it that it can use bullets? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Actually, I need to move it down a bit. I actually have to go. Soon, like very soon. So I think I'm gonna finish this next time. Sorry. This is just a long document, and I'll write it down, but also try to remind me which cantrip I was on last. I think, yeah, mending is what I was on. But yeah, next stream, I'm trying to do these streams at least once every 2 weeks. So next stream, we are going to finish Virtual Vikings PDF, and then we'll go from there. So yeah. So I don't forget, I'm going to delete some of the ones that I already went through. But anyway, I gotta go though. So thank you guys so much for watching, and hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I hope it was helpful, and have a great rest of your day. Yeah, where's my end screen? Sorry, I'm trying to go to my end screen. Stream edit. Peace out.